So we do what's Hondo on the mic from Leo's Paradise. Random screen drop like a Dragon Ball fight. No lie, plan stream stacking up, but here's a twist in time. Freestyling on the deck like Luffy's punchlines. Up the channels faster than Zoro sword swings. Gaming pop culture, it's the chaos he brings. Talking movie reboots, superhero hype. Hondo passing the mic, now Bishop's in sight. Cutting flip screen, frame by frame, I align. Laying bass lines heavy, keep the rhythm divine. Dropping 5 videos, can't keep up with the pace. Pass the mic back, Leo's leading the chase. Off the rails, no script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Planning on Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life. No script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Planning on Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life. Off the rails, no script, just a freestyle rhyme. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Planning on Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life.
Welcome back to the lunch hour. How are all you vital idols doing? Guys, it's been a weird 24 hours, let me tell you. It's been a very odd 24 hours. You know, did the stream yesterday to make up for the fact that I couldn't do a lunch hour due to the streaming ban. Streamed you guys till about 2 a.m. Didn't get any sleep at all. Didn't get any sleep. Pulled a straight up all-nighter. Got the stream ready for the day. You know, clipped the... Was like, it's really late at night. I can't make a video. So I just went and, clipped the death battle section to a video. Got that posted. Was going through some stuff on X. Was getting my green tea. No sugar. And noticed I'd gotten a DM. Got a DM from YouTube. From Team YouTube. About the Tinfoil Haters episode that gotten taken down. Now, I don't normally make it a habit to share DMs. I don't normally make it a habit to share DMs. But I figured it's YouTube, so fuck them. And this is what we get. We looked into this, by the way, as you can see right here, Team YouTube. Got the gold check. We know what's real. 2 million followers. We looked into this, so we were able to confirm the original decision stands. You can review the initial email we sent for details, that I've already reviewed. So how in the world does this original decision stand when I was using archive footage from the Associated Press, TAD the AP, that was on their own YouTube channel on your platform? It literally makes no sense. So of course, also shared the DM, posted about it. If my stream is going to be removed for violating the firearms policy, then the Associated Press's AP archive footage should also be removed, since that was what was shown on the screen. Archive news footage from a historical event. Needless to say, hopefully this gets some traction. But yeah, shows you guys where we're at today. I'm running on no sleep. 5-hour stream yesterday. We're gonna be streaming for hours today. I mean, it's 1 o'clock right now my time. The State of Play event starts at 5. So that's 4 hours. Then it's going to go till 6. That'll be 5 hours. I'll be wrapping the stream out at the State of Play because I got to be on Hold My DualShock at 6:30 p.m. Guy, we are in for a wild day, guy. We are in for a wild day. I don't know how we're going to make it through. This is... Hope y'all in for the long haul because your boy is in for the long haul. But we got a hell of a show for you today, guys. We got a hell of a show. Because it's 5 hours, I needed to get loads of content. I mean, we got some decoy voice. We got more Epstein stuff. We, of course, got some gaming-related stuff. More politics, Senate hearings. We got free speech in the UK. This stream is going to be all over the place. So who all is up in this bitch? Let's see. Who all is here today? Fractal Mage says, Leon's my Lord and Savior. I appreciate you giving your life for my sins. That was cool. I do my best. Plus, my hands are healed. No marks from when I was stabbed, and nailed to the cross. Sleeping Nova's here. Thallow Greenskin. Butter Framed in Gold was up. Eagle Lord is here. Shout out. I know there's Mad Hatters in this bitch. Golden Apples. Nick Havoc is here. Hail to you. Yeah, hail to all y'all up in this bitch. Man, I am just, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm both, like, wired and exhausted. Zalozy, what is up? Dropping that 4-star ball. Dropping the 4-star. Dude, it's going to be such a weird day and such a weird stream, but I'm here for y'all. I'm here, alright? It's going to be a good day. I've told myself, I've made the promise to myself, it's going to be a weird day. Here for the Epstein coverage, there'll be plenty of Epstein coverage. I mean, it won't be till later on in the show, but there'll be plenty of Epstein coverage. Before we get into the Epstein stuff, though, I want to talk about this. Japan shut this down immediately.
Having a protest of saying Uganda is having a hard time. Where is democracy? How is globalism making it to Japan? I don't know.
Oh, well, decoy, that shows you behind the times. Globalism has been making moves in Japan for years now. After it had a stranglehold on Europe and a stranglehold in the US, it moved to Japan after that. Japan was a primo stop, the first attempt at globalism in the Orient. It hasn't quite hit South Korea yet, or at least not near as bad. It hasn't quite hit the Philippines, from what I understand. But Japan? Japan went all in on globalism, and because Japan is tied so, knitly with the U.S., because, we effectively, Japan, let's be real, Japan is kind of like the U.S.'s, like, little brother. Anything that we do, they do. They're about 5 years behind us. So, yeah, it's kind of wild to me how people don't realize that globalism hit Japan for a while now.
What's that thing say? Uganda government. I don't even know what, but why is there this protest in Japan? Why would it be Japan's responsibility to fix Uganda? Why would it even be America?
I keep telling people, dude, it's wild. I keep telling people, like, and I've been saying it in so many of my videos, whether it be about gaming, whether it be about anime, whether it be about manga, the whole nine, that the woke agenda has taken Japan, and it has for, like, hold on, let's see if I can find when was the video I made. Let's go to my YouTube studio, and we will go to Japan. Let's see if I do Japan woke. All right, so this was January 28th, 2024. So this was over 2 years ago that I made this video. Over 2 years ago. Let's see. I know I've done more. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see. We got Japan just got its own female Trump. We got that one. Japanese companies are fighting. That's the Dragon Ball video. Japanese. Maybe I didn't have Japan in the title. Let's try it like this. BlackRock? Nope, that wouldn't be it. Anime. And then we'll do 50 results per page. Japan Blast Gun Anime, Government Control. That's not it. Man, where is it? I know I had another one that was a big damn deal. So I just ruined anime for. Nope, not that one. Oh yeah. Oh, here it is. Yeah, this one. Yeah, woke investors openly endorsing. When was this? When did I do this video? I don't remember. What's the date on this one? So a year ago. So yeah, I mean, this has been open and out there for ages now. I've been talking about this for ages. The fact that people don't realize that the globalists have been coming for Japan means they've not been opening their ears. Dude, you've got, like, Gen Z age individuals in Japan clamoring for open borders. Like, when young people in Japan have been polled, they're just like Gen Zers here. Dude, they are openly, they are, like, blatantly honest about the fact that they think that open border policies are the right move for Japan. Whereas you've got the younger the older generation that know what that leads to. But again, we're seeing it. Like, we're openly seeing these sorts of protests. So yeah, it's get out of here. Remind me later. Yeah. We're openly seeing these sorts of protests in Japan, but people just, for whatever reason, act like it's this just golden child. It's the golden child of the East. Oh, now that we've lost the West, at least we still have Japan. That's never been the case. Shout out to Golden Apple for becoming a member, and then Real Life Fate Monkey for throwing 3 different bananas at me. That's a whole bunch of nanners. Shout out, thank you both, you absolute legends.
America's responsibility to fix any of these countries. Everywhere.
How much y'all want to bet? How much y'all want to bet that not a single individual in this video actually speaks the language?
Uganda government free all political prisoners. And they even have to have a Japanese copper babysitting them. What is going on here? Why do Japanese tax dollars have to go to babysitting them? Because here's the thing. Uganda's having problems. Uganda is bleeding. Whatever. You know who fixes Uganda's problems? Ugandans, military-age males, either if they had to overthrow their corrupt government, if they need to pull up their economy from the bootstraps, if they need to make farmland, they need to make infrastructure. You crying to the Japanese, Daddy Japan, to fix my problems makes me think that probably that country isn't worth saving. If this is your best option to save Uganda, you guys are destined to fail.
Which is even funnier, because like, look, I don't know how it is in Japan, right? I don't know how it is in Japan. I know in America, we got this problem, right? We got this problem of black dudes not liking Asians. There's this whole thing, this hashtag Stop Asian Hate, if y'all remember. And if you watch those videos, it was always these big black dudes beating the shit out of Asians. Which, by the way, I thought y'all knew kung fu and shit. I thought y'all knew like ninjutsu. Why y'all get your ass beat by big black dudes so much? But that's neither here nor there. I wonder if the Ugandans in Japan have that same thought process. Like, they just sort of like hate the Asian world, but they opted to move there and live there.
You always need a daddy to come over and take care of you. You got issues. I don't feel bad for you, but I don't like the fact that this is what's happening. Well, yeah, exactly. Why would Japan care? Why would America care? Mass migration doesn't help Uganda. It actually makes the problem worse.
Hey.
And if I was an average Japanese person seeing this, you're going to start voting harshly against any form.
They are. I mean, again, we covered it on Countercast on Monday. The biggest win for conservatives in Japan that they had, like, ever seen. Now, I will give the Japs credit for this. And it seems like they got their protests far more, far handled better than we do here in the West. I will say this is a pretty like benign, tame protest. You got one cop there, likely probably doesn't even have a gun, or if he does, he got one of those like guns that are attached by like a little bungee cord, like what you see in the anime and shit like that. They just need one cop there monitoring the situation, make sure it doesn't get out of hand. So at least the usurpers and the infiltrators are a lot more polite about it than they are in America and in the UK.
Of immigration, because they already having that right now. What is it? Oh, thanks for the Prime sub. You're having that over there where Japan had a snap election where they dissolved the government. So obviously none of us understand this, but apparently they dissolved the House of Representatives. So, oh, thanks for the Prime sub. They dissolved the government, so there's a snap election. And in that snap election, apparently, Japan's very, very, apparently, far-right anti-immigration prime minister, I think, didn't she used to be a model or a pageant woman? I forget what she did before. But she wins the supermajority.
Real life fake monkey for a 5-banger says, I beg to differ, sir. Rice bunny season, as in season, expect Indians, Chinese. Wait, what? I beg to differ, sir. Rice bunny season. This would be is in season. Expect Indians, Chinese. What does that even mean? I'm not sure what that means. And no, to be fair, Solzen, Sanae Takeuchi is far right. That's not a bad thing. That is a good thing. But she is far right. She is, like, especially by comparison to, like, Donald Trump, for example. Yeah, Sanae Takeuchi, Takaichi, my bad. Sanae Takaichi is far right. But that is not a bad thing at all. She is legitimately a far right president, or prime minister, and that is a good thing. Thank you for the 5-banger, Real Life Fake Monkey. Sorry that I'm too retarded to figure out what it means.
After gambling on the snap election, thanks for the Prime sub. But They say she won in a landslide in their parliamentary election since she's anti-illegal immigration, wants to maintain Japanese core culture. I thought that was racist. And
Well, bang up job, deport every single person protesting that protest right there.
is a China hawk. She's against China. We got some issues in South Korea right now where the new left wants to invite China into their all facets of their living. It's bizarre. But yeah, Japan is giving her a sweeping mandate. She now has before the election 199. Now she has 316 seats in their parliament, and this is the Liberal Democratic Party, but that's not to be confused with our Democrats. This is Liberal Democrats in Japan. That's the far right movement. So yes, all the right people are angry about this, saying Sanae Takaichi, I don't know how to say her name, the friend of late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, a big fan of Trump as well, will become Japan's next prime minister after winning the Eternal Party vote. She previously wrote a blog recommending a book titled Hitler's Election Strategy, which states voters you cannot persuade should be eliminated. After significant backlash, the book is pulled from shelves 2 months later. Takaichi is considered a hard right nationalist. She's an advocate.
Based, because nationalism is the way to go, bro. Nationalism should be the key tenet for every nation. Like, yeah, there's a rise in populist nationalism, like the world over, as there should be. Populist nationalism is the way to go.
For strict immigration policies, the rearmament of Japan, opposes the LGBT, and is against a potential female emperor. So for traditional rights, the idea that they posted her next to him. Again,
to be fair, they got a kind of similar haircut. Kind of like if she just moved her hair over a little bit, it would be a kind of similar haircut.
No fan of him. Fascism is bad. Nazis are bad. We can be against that. But again, what they consider a fascist Nazi in America isn't what a genuine fascist Nazi is. It's actually the same people calling you a fascist Nazi are oftentimes very fascist themselves. So Japan just got a small whiff of this and then went so insanely far right, it's actually like record setting, because they see stuff like this. Uganda's bleeding. This is now Japan's problem. But this isn't the...
Why can't we have this in America, dude? Why can't we have, like, politicians go so far right, so you just bring in just a base of voters, just obliterate the left till there's nothing left? We live in a world where right now America should be taking notes from Japan. Real Life Ain't Monkey for another 5 bangers. His autocorrected rice bunny season is always in. Seasoned curry and wonton soup excluded. We was kangs and shit. Shout out Real Life Ain't Monkey. Thank you so much. Let's see. Let's go ahead and play you a clip. How about this one right here?
How you doing, sir? Good. Can we talk to you? Where are you from? You live in New York?
Who are you?
Don Lemon.
You're a fucking moron, dude.
Legend. Thank you so much, homie.
First place this happened. Like you see over here in I think they're in France right here. These people that came across the border on their tiny little boats going to France now want to make themselves home, make themselves at home in England because they think they're gonna be given handouts.
Are you staying in?
They're right. Yeah. Why do they think they're gonna be given handouts? Because they're going to be given handouts. Like. The UK and frankly most of the EU has proven this to be the case. Like, they are correct to think this. And you know what? I can't even blame them. I can't even blame this termite infestation, these colonizing usurpers. Because why wouldn't they? They are making the smart move. If they can just illegally infiltrate a foreign nation and have the fucking red carpet rolled out for them and been given a bunch of free shit and put up in 5-star hotels and harass the populace and run around with these Muslim grooming gangs and take advantage of the 9 to 12-year-old little girls over there, why wouldn't they? From their perspective, yeah, it makes perfect sense.
France, where are you going? You want to go to England? Yeah. Right, okay. Why other country?
In a very dangerous trip, exclusively military-age males from Africa want to go to England.
We were in Italy. From Italy, we came to France. From France to England, but the border is now very close now. It's very tight.
Yes. And how will you get to England?
This way.
How will you get there? How?
Yeah, food, transportation, somebody's paying for it.
How?
What, on a lorry?
You know, I know Adidas ain't like necessarily a high-end, top-of-the-line brand, but like, it's pretty up there, right? Adidas is at least a nice, solid middle-class brand. These dudes look pretty well off. They're wearing, you know, nice clothes, do got the Adidas branding, you know, it's fitted, it's his size, it looks relatively new, it's not all haggard and dirty. Like, you gotta notice shit like that, right? It's not like these dudes are coming over seeking asylum from a war-torn nation. They're all torn up and beaten down. Dudes are wearing nice, well-fitted clothes that are obviously at least of a middle-class-ish price range.
See, there is a train here.
Yes.
Cost
So
money.
we get to the train.
You get to the
What's
train.
money?
Now, the people in England, the people in Britain, they don't want any more people coming in, any more asylum seekers, any more migrants, because
Oh, no,
there
the
are
politicians
lots and
want
lots
that.
of migrants in Britain. Do you think that you should be allowed to come to Britain? You were safe in Italy.
What is the rule that Trump said? If you want asylum, you go to the first country. You don't get to come to America.
It's not even a Trump thing. That's not even a Trump thing. That's how asylum is supposed to work. If you in some sort of fucked up war-torn nation and you're seeking asylum, you are supposed to seek asylum in the nearest safe nation. So dudes coming over from like Uganda to Japan, I'm pretty sure there's probably somewhere safer you can seek asylum in between. These dudes coming from God knows where, they're in Italy, then going to France, then trying to make it to the UK. I'm sorry, that again, Decoy is, I mean, he's correct in that Trump said it, but that's not even a Trump policy. That is just how seeking asylum is supposed to work.
Handouts. The Democrats want that because they're easy to control voters. They want to give, grant them citizenship. I forget what it's called off the top of my head, but they want amnesty. They want to grant them amnesty so then they can vote. But the idea is, if you need freedom from political persecution, let's send you to Uganda. Done deal.
Refugees,
Yeah.
we want to go to a better place.
But
Okay.
Italy was better.
And the thing is, always sad to say, I say this in my ivory tower, you're never gonna make that country you came from a better place if all the able-bodied males desert the women and children.
Italy was where
You know what, Emma, we'll just keep going.
you left your home because you weren't safe. You got to Italy where you were safe.
Yes.
You got to France where you are safe.
Yes.
But you still.
You want who's not safe, though? You want who's not safe in Italy? You want who's not safe in France? The Italians? The French? Bro, my homie Zax recently went to Italy, like a few months ago. And he told us, he's like, dude, there are some parts of Italy we went to, you would not know we were in Italy. You would think we were in Africa. Like Zax was just a tourist, and he saw it with his own eyes. He was like, I went into certain restaurants, and there was no Italian people. It was all these usurpers.
Want to come to
And that's a
England.
problem that happened over in South Korea, where they brought in some immigrants from, it was like a Muslim country, I forget which one. They said, we want asylum. They sent them to Jeju Island. Beautiful place, but it's not the city. There's fishing boats, and it's like, you can come here, do hard labor. You're now free from political persecution. You're safe in Jeju Island. And they
What
said,
up,
no,
Hypno?
we
Hypno
don't want
emojis
to
in
be
the
on
chat, crew.
this mainly rural area. We demand to go to Seoul. We demand to go to Incheon because we want to be in the cities where we can beg and live in the city. You don't get to choose where you go, but the stupid liberals.
No, but you do. You do get to choose where you go. If you are some sort of African or Middle Eastern or whatnot infestation usurper, you do get to choose where you go. Because all these nations, all these countries, all these governments and whatnot will welcome you with open arms because they are using you. Like this is a power play. This is a power play to bring in this cheap labor, even though none of them are going to work. To bring in these unidentified voters. So yeah, they do get to choose where they go because this is being enabled.
In South Korea said, okay, let's ship you out to the nice city, and now they're having issues with them now.
but they won't ever admit they're having issues with them. They won't admit they're having issues with them. Hey, by all means, get your Muslim grooming gangs together and just go harass all the 12-year-old girls you want. Because you know what? We can use a few 12-year-old girls. Hey, we might be in the middle of a birthing crisis, but from what I've heard, you third worlders, you breed like rabbits, bro. You breed like bunnies. So it'll solve our birth rate crisis. And I don't know if the UK has birthright citizenship, but if they do, things about to get real interesting.
Stop falling for this.
The French government, they don't did anything for us.
Well, because they don't give you a house and money.
They don't give us a house.
But why should...
Listen to the entitlement from this motherfucker. Listen to the entitlement. Oh, they don't give us a house. Well, you don't deserve a house, dumbass.
Over in the UK, we're like, they don't even give me pocket money. Where's my pocket money? And it's like, you guys don't get pocket money.
No, they got pickpocket money because they're robbing all the motherfuckers.
Homeless people shouldn't get pocket money. Like, handouts. If you are a net negative on the country you're seeking asylum from, why do we think you would be a net positive to a country that you're promised free things?
they give you a house and money?
They take your print. They didn't
Hello.
give you home.
Hello.
Just they.
Who gives you home? Britain.
Yeah. No, here.
Somebody's
So
lying to
here
them.
they don't give you a home, but in England they give you a home, and so you want to come to England and get your home.
Not hungry for
But
home.
but the British people need those.
We have a
homes.
housing crisis in America. The left always cries about the housing crisis, and their solution is free housing for everybody coming over the border. We don't pay or entry-level workers a living wage. What is the left solution? Import millions of people because somehow that's going to make them get a living wage. They live in a dream world based on your emotion, your fragile emotions to give themselves power, meanwhile causing more suffering everywhere.
Maybe you.
Dude, they are surrounding this vehicle, bro. They like, man. Your boy say strapped, right? I say strapped. I don't care how strapped I am. If I'm in a situation, I'm in my ride, and I'm surrounded by all this shit, I ain't gonna lie, dude. I would be terrified. I am man enough to admit it. This would be terrifying to me. What are all these dudes doing surrounding my vehicle when they shouldn't be here in the first place? And again, I'm in America. We can have guns. These are Europeans. I doubt they got any. Oh, dude. This is not okay.
Other person, you are saying that, you know, you are saying that. You
I'm
don't.
just saying how it is in Britain. There's a feeling in Britain.
And here's the thing, they always keep on saying we're teetering towards war. Russia's aggressive, China's aggressive, we need people on the front line. Every single one of these liberal-led nations is having issues recruiting into their military because they make their militaries more woke and they just don't represent their values. Why would I, a native Britishman, go to war to help provide free housing for illegals that have just come into the country, meanwhile I die over in Ukraine fighting the Russians? They don't want to do that. So I really, really wonder if, should they make it to the Britain and Britain gets invaded by Russia, something like that, they need the mandatory conscription into their military. Will they join the military or will they seek refuge in the next country?
The UK wouldn't make them join. No, the UK wouldn't make them join. The UK would find that racist, dude. The UK would be like, no. We need all of our white farmers, the Englishmen, to join the military first. Oh, what? You're 54 years old? Sorry, I know we have a 22-year-old African or refugee right here, but it would be racist to put him on the front lines. Go for it, Jed.
Country. That's very telling as to should you allow them in the country. I'm not saying if you come into a country you should die on the front lines for them, but also,
No, you should just die.
how is it going to benefit you if shit hits the fan? And I only bring this up is because over in Ukraine, you had a large group of Nigerians saying they fled the country. They were under political persecution, and there is persecution because in Nigeria, in case you're not aware, a large Christian population, a large Muslim population. I won't tell you which one is killing the other, but they have to escape. I understand that. But a lot of them lived in Ukraine for a long period of time and sought asylum and received welfare benefits. As soon as Russia invaded, they said it's racist. They're stopping us from exiting the country.
Did I not just say they would consider it racist to conscript them? Did I not just say that it would be considered racist to conscript them? You can't make this shit up.
It's because we're black. It's like, no, you guys have been enjoying citizenship here, have been enjoying benefits here. Why do you all of a sudden get to bail out where they're doing mandatory conscription of every able-bodied male to go to the meat grinder that is?
Now, to be fair, calling these guys able-bodied, that's a stretch. I don't know if you could be able-bodied if the average IQ is 67.
The front line. I don't like the idea that if you come to the country, you have to die on our front lines, but also you cannot be only a negative. And if you...
To be fair, I don't like that either. I don't like the idea that if you come to the country, you have to die on the front lines. And the reason I don't like that idea is because they shouldn't be in the country to begin with.
Or leaving the warfare that is in your home country, I don't think you'll stand for the new one.
You know, it's international problem, you know? It's international problem, you know?
It's not an international problem. We cannot fix your problems back home. It is not Japan's problem to fix Uganda. It is not England's problems to fix the Middle East. Okay, but you have this, so they think they're going to get free housing over in the UK, and now they're having issues.
What's it say? What's it say? What are you doing?
Where some of their...
They're making them fucking cops, dude. They're making them cops. Like, how? Where do you go from here, man? What the only good? This is probably the only time I can say it's probably a good thing that the cops in the UK don't carry guns. Because I would not trust a 67 IQ motherfucker with a gun.
Cops in the UK cannot speak the native tongue.
Stacy, I have the belief that you may be in possession of drug.
What?
Yes, I got the belief that you may be in possession of drug.
And here's the thing: is in LAPD, probably the best coppers I knew were first generation immigrants. I believe that's what it is. Like they came here from born in another country. They're in our country. They gained citizenship the legal way. They're hardworking individuals and they're good cops. They speak English. They believe in our rights. They don't like communism because they fled from communism in their home country. They are good benefits to us. They keep our community safe. If you don't even have take the time to learn the language correctly, I don't think you should be a copper. You should not be arresting citizens when you don't even...
The only people he'll be arresting are the people that say like slurs or negative words to him or anything like that. He'll be out there arresting people for tweets in English, a language he doesn't even understand.
Respect the country enough to know the language.
Stop being rude and just listen to him.
That's why I want to search you.
What's your name first before you search, man?
I want to search you under section 23.
Yeah, can I have your name?
And it's a problem. It's not even the arrest. If there's a fire, there is a mass incident, we need your help to keep us safe. Communication is the bare minimum. Like over in Florida when they said, no longer can you take the driver's license test in Spanish. You now have to pass it in English. Well, if none of the street signs are in Spanish, how can you take the test in Spanish? This is ridiculous. I am sure the left will call me a racist for thinking this, but I think he is absolutely useless as a peace officer if he cannot assist us.
You could have just left it at he's absolutely useless. You didn't even need to add the peace officer part. You could have just left him at it's absolutely useless. Like, this is a meme face. This is one of those like soy jack and stuff like that. You could just turn this face into one of those memes.
In emergency situations, due to the language barrier, I kind of see like this copper in the background finds this funny as well.
Call number, Michael.
My call number is 08387. 08387.
Where are you based?
I'm down Longside Police Station.
And what do you want to do search for?
I have the reason to believe that you may be in possession of drug.
Possession of drugs?
Yeah.
Okay, they're upset about this, and it would be one thing if it's just a one-off incident. I don't even feel comfortable looking at the secondary video, but it happened again. This guy is getting shook down in his home apparently, and he's upset that...
What do you think he's getting shaken down for? Because again, I'd be willing to bet that it's mean tweets. I'd be willing to bet that it's a spicy Facebook post.
They can't even communicate to him.
Obviously doesn't understand a word of English. Right. 3 people.
How did this
safer
happen?
neighbourhoods team. I'm asking one question. Let's see if the camera thinks I'm asking a stupid question. Do you have on record at the Safer Neighbourhoods team for Hyams Park and Hale End a reasonable adjustment for me, William Gibbons?
Mind you, this is the UK where you have to have a license to buy a television. But you have to have, your TV has to
Wait, what?
be licensed.
No, is that true? I spelled license wrong. That's fine. A TV license is required in the UK if you watch or record live TV on any channel, terrestrial, satellite, or use a BBC iPlayer to play. What? You have to... It's a new tax? Holy shit, dude. What is going on in this shithole country? No, you know what? I take it back. Uganda might be better. All my UK viewers, if you all just got on a boat together and just went and set you up a new colony in Uganda, I bet you would be better off. I bet you would be better off if you all just collectively colonized Uganda together. That is fucking insane.
Yes or no?
So what type of reasonable adjustment do you need?
Did you see that? He refused to answer the question. Why are you refusing to answer the question?
Sir, I'm asking what type of
I don't want you to ask questions. I want you to respond to my questions.
I need to know what type of...
Not yet you don't. I need to know if you've got one on record. Then we can go forward. Do I have one on record which
I feel like this is his FTO or field training officer. I feel like he's training this guy and he's getting frustrated with how this is going.
I've been repeatedly assured by SMT that you have. Yes or no?
I need to know what type of adjustment do you need?
Right. For the record, state your collar number.
He doesn't even know how to read off his serial number, his horsepower. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
It's my student 2819.
Right, say that again slowly.
2819.
2819. What area?
Welcome Forest. Any.
The cat's not feeling this.
So do either of you want to go for answering that one question? Because I can't move forward until that question's been answered.
Yeah, a fundamental misunderstanding. They don't know what it is, and now the UK is cooked. Like the Radio Genoa saying London is fourth world.
Dude, this looks like a shot from 28 Days Later. Like, hold on. Let me, for comparison, 28 Days Later street scene. Look at this. "28 Days Later, London. 28 Days Later, London. Now. In today, 2026. Honestly, you were probably safer in 28 Days Later, because at least the infected only came out at night. I don't even know what to say at this point, dude.
At 4 a.m. After chant rot.
Many videos just like this, and it only took Japan to see tiny fraction of what the UK sees for them to go far right, where now all the wrong people think, oh my god, they're bringing back fascism in our country. No, I think that it's almost a badge of honor to be on the Mount Rushmore of who they call fascist or racist. Like, if I'm not getting called all the mean words by the left, I'm not doing it right.
He's entirely correct. He is entirely correct. Like at this point, like, dude, being called a fascist, being called a racist, whatever, if you are not being called that, I don't want to be friends with you. I don't want to associate with you. Like, unless you are being called the most repugnant names in the book by these freaks, you are probably one of these freaks. Disgusting, bro. Absolutely disgusting. The UK is cooked, and I don't want the vast majority of them here. I get some of y'all are cool. My UK viewers are cool because you know they believe the same shit I do, which makes you awesome. But the vast majority of you, you reap what you sow. You made this bed. You lay in that motherfucker. It's got me riled up, bro. It got me riled up. How are we gonna fix that? We're gonna make fun of Hassan, Osama bin Laden, Epstein, dogfucker, shocker, piker. That's what we're gonna do.
A lot of people are very, very angry today about this clip. Oh my God. When asked if he vote for Gavin Newsom or J.D. Vance for president, Hassan said that he would vote third party.
Even Gavin Newsom ain't left enough for Hassan, Osama bin Laden, Epstein, Diddy, Hassan, shocker, fucker, piker. Like, even Gavin Newsom isn't left enough for this dude who's to the left of Mao Zedong.
This proves Hassan doesn't care about any marginalized groups he pretends to support. All he cares about is taking money from them so he can buy more outfits for his stream. Why do you give this? What is this? Like, this is a tiny little water bottle.
Ha! My water bottle's bigger than his water bottle. Look at my size and girth.
Okay, let's watch it.
For him. Disappointed in
Who
Gavin
do you vote
Newsom.
for, J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom?
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom,
Me
of course,
too.
100%.
I wouldn't blink.
There's no
What
doubt.
about you, Hassan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
Oh yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter. Like, because my policy on this is the same as like my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
The reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris was because she did things that were not only unproductive but also unconscionable.
Yes. Yes, the moral high ground from the man who shocks his dog and went to a brothel that had been raided and shown to have individuals underage working at said brothel. We will take lessons from what is unconscionable from just this moral guiding light. On Judah Main for a two-banger says, bingo to the bango to the bongo. Shout out, my man. Thank you so much for the two-banger.
I gotta say it. I think Hassan's right. I do. I don't think that you should have the moral authority to tell someone that they're obligated to choose the lesser of two evils if they feel.
Actually, when you live this sort of lifestyle that Hassan does, and yeah, he's not right. Like, he is saying words that are technically correct, but even though the words are technically correct, they are in stark juxtaposition to the type of individual that Hassan is, that they are actually wrong by default.
Uncomfortable doing so. And I think that he has every right to make a conscious basically be a conscientious objector to an election and choose not to vote for those lesser of two evils.
Yeah, but then he's going to sit around and bitch about it for the next 4 years on stream and talk about how, whether it's the right or whether it's left or whatever, they're burning down this country because it's not the communist utopia that he oh so clamors for.
I think the people that are angry at him are being unfair.
And I still stand on that. I still talk about it all the time because people constantly bring it up. They're like, you didn't sufficiently like promote Kamala Harris.
But like, there's also like, this is the other truth, right? The two people, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, would probably still be alive right now if Kamala Harris was the president.
Then thank God she's not the president. Then thank God she's not the president because we didn't need them waste of space.
This is undeniable.
We did not
and I think
need
that
them
you should
oxygen
acknowledge that
thieves.
whenever you say, if you're going to be making a principled voting decision, there will be consequences for that. And
yeah, the thing is, Hassan's not making a principled voting decision because the man's got no principles to begin with.
And in not choosing the lesser of two evils, sometimes you end up getting the greater of those two evils. Like and again, but am I wrong about this? You need long-term thinking. You do. But like, even if you, like, having long-term thinking doesn't remove your accountability. Like, both things are true. You should say, yes, they died, that's bad, or whatever, but this is still where my principles are. I think that trying to assume that nothing else bad happened is unfair. You can't put those deaths because of that. Okay, I'm gonna pull you up.
Also, that's such a ridiculous argument. Like, if Kamala Harris was the president, those two people would still be alive. Yeah, you're correct, because ICE wouldn't have been in Minnesota. But guess what? The illegal immigration issues would have been a whole lot worse, and we'd probably have far more individuals dead from the third world monsters that would have been imported under her watch. So, in all reality, yeah, it's the better call.
How many people would be dead because of illegal migrants? I understand that.
There you go. Okay, good. Someone in chat made the point.
Do you think that they would still be alive right now if Kamala Harris was the president? I want you to think for yourself. I want you to come to a conclusion by using your own mind.
Yeah, of course they would still be alive. Absolutely. And it would be a net negative.
I want you to think for yourself right now. Don't tell me what somebody else said. What do you think? And don't answer a different question. There's no way to tell. Just like others might be dead because she's not. No. You didn't answer. So there's no way to tell. So was Kamala Harris going to use ICE to go around and remove and deport illegal aliens? Was she going to do that the same way Trump did in Minnesota? Bro, voting doesn't matter. I don't understand why people around the world are obsessed with this bullshit. I mean, yeah, you absolutely should vote. Don't ever think that voting doesn't matter. Like, two things are true. You should never be pressured into voting if you don't feel comfortable voting for a candidate. And also, voting does matter, and you should always vote if you choose to vote. Both things are true. No, I mean, like, the argument makes no sense, just like other Americans could have died because of the illegals they let in. Exactly. So there are acceptable casualties, and there are consequences that lead to people dying by making decisions for not voting for the lesser of two evils. This is an objective reality. It is, and you're right. It's
See? All right. That is a correct argument. Asmongold is correct there. Like, you can make the claim, and it probably 99% be a truthful claim, that Renee Good and Alex Preddy would not have died if Kamala Harris was president. However, that is irrelevant when other individuals, likely more individuals, would have died and or been seriously harmed if she was the president due to an influx of illegal immigration. Or even if there was an influx, just to a lack of enforcement of the illegal immigrants that are already here.
The wash, right? Sometimes people get killed in one way, sometimes they get killed in another way. But to act like that's not what's happening is not true. All I want is for people to be honest. Just be honest. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking for a lot, am I? I think I'm being pretty reasonable. Yeah, pointless to make because she wasn't elected. Well, what I'm saying is that, no. Here's what my point is that there are tangible negative effects Trump has made towards liberal agendas. And Hassan and the people like him who chose not to vote for Kamala Harris on a principled decision basis, based off of how she treated Gaza, or
would still be bitching about the right wing. So it's irrelevant. Like, even if Kamala was elected, nothing would change for Hassan because he would still blame anything and everything bad at all happening in America on the right wing. It does not matter how bad a job Kamala Harris would be doing at this point in her presidency if she was elected, because the blame would fall squarely on the conservatives in Hassan's eyes. It would fall, actually, not even that, it would fall squarely on Israel first and foremost.
How she looked at, for example, ICE or anything else. Their decision and their unwillingness to vote for that lesser of two evils has caused people and has eroded the values of the things that they support. Now, you can say that look at the bigger picture, and I would even agree with you, but in the short term, that has happened, and it's undeniable that that's happened. But I just don't think that's the reason why you should pressure him into doing it. Every decision has consequences. To pretend like it doesn't is a lie.
Efficiently, like, promote Kamala Harris. You're the reason why she lost. And I'm like, I am incapable. There is no singular force in this country that is capable of making or breaking an election. And if that was real...
I mean, I heavily disagree. I bet there are forces that are capable of making or breaking elections. I don't think Hassan is that force, but yes, I do believe there are forces that could.
Then it is the most idiotic thing not to listen to my demands. But everybody knows that that's not real, right? If I had this singular force to be able to make Kamala Harris the president, then Kamala Harris should be coming to me every day.
I think it's undeniable that people that are trying to push for a third party, like, yeah, obviously they do hold a sway in the election, depending on what happens, for sure.
Yeah, they absolutely hold a sway. We saw this bear out. That was the whole reason that George H.W. Bush lost, is because, he ran against Ross Perot, ran third party. Like, Ross Perot back in 94? Hold on, I'm pretty sure it was 94, right? What year did Ross Perot run for president? I think it was 94. Sorry, 92. My bad, 92. So, the whole reason that the right wing lost is because Ross Perot ran as a third party and he split the right wing vote. Yeah, 92, not 94. Thank you. 92. The whole reason that the right wing lost is because Ross Perot ran as an independent and he split the Republican vote. So yeah, third party absolutely matters in certain instances.
Being like, let me do a collab with you, please.
Totally.
Right? That's not the case, of course, and they know it. That's why they didn't do it. But the campaigns are always responsible for whether or not they are able to win the crowds, win the population over, and combat against the couch. Not necessarily even against the Republican Party, but usually you're fighting against the couch. People who just don't go out and vote.
Yeah, he's right.
And for me, the way I see it is if the Democratic establishment makes this decision one more time, just as they did with Hillary Clinton, just as they did with Kamala Harris, and in some ways just as they did with Joe Biden as well.
I think that's one of the reasons why Hillary Clinton didn't win. It's because they obviously, they roached out on Bernie. I think that if they had given Bernie an honest shot and the voters for Bernie felt like he was treated properly, I bet Hillary Clinton might have won the election.
No, that's entirely wrong. I'm not a Bernie Sanders fan at all, mind you. So when I say this, don't take me as some sort of like Bernie Sanders supporter or whatever. I'm just speaking straight facts. If they had given Bernie Sanders the proper shot and the shot that he had earned with the voter base, because let's be real, every liberal under the sun, every liberal, and even some conservatives, if I'm being honest, because I know a lot of right-wingers that were on that Bernie train, if they'd have treated Bernie the way that he was being treated via the will of the people, he would have crushed. He would have destroyed Donald Trump. Now, I'm glad that's not what happened. I'm glad that the dipshits at the DNC destroyed Bernie, ruined his reputation, ruined his campaign, and put Hillary Clinton up there, because that's what gave us Trump 2016, which was, again, objectively the best possible option. But had the DNC actually followed the will of the people and the will of their own voters, and instead of, the giant multimedia money-making machines, that was a good accidental alliteration. Anyway, Bernie would have destroyed.
And the reason why is because at least they wouldn't have been disrespected and lied to and manipulated. But whenever you take and you
so many Bernie voters voted Trump, not because they agree with him, but out of spite to the DNC.
Or most passionate group of people who care the most about your ideals. Bernie was a liar? Okay, well, if he's a liar, then what does that make Hillary Clinton? Yeah, so if you sideline those people, you demotivate them to go out and vote for you. You do. Third parties have trouble, though? Well, I know that, but inside of swing states and certain different districts, they do make a difference and an impact. And you can see that with the votes for Jill
I have no idea who that is with Hassan
Stein in 2024, for example. It's true.
Which led to Trump, too. Then they just don't care. And there's not much I can do.
Let me tell you something. I agree with everything you say, but as a person who lived in a red state for 50 years, I would crawl through.
What do you mean lived in a red state? Dude, you look like you lived in a nest. You are like half of Samus Aran. You got that fucking bird DNA, dude. You are an aviary creature. Or an avian creature. This is a bird in human form. You lived in a nest, dog.
10 feet of concrete to vote for Gavin Newsom, even though I think he's duplicitous, a hypocrite, a thirst trap, hungry for power, all of the things that you say, and harms the Democratic Party and sets the psychological soil to be more prey to fascism. All of that I agree with. But there are so many.
You say one of the most conservative people you know was feeling the burn, and it's because, again, whether you like his policies or not, because I'll be real, I hate his policies. His policies were mathematically impossible to work. All of his socialist, communist bullshit, it was mathematically impossible for them to actually work. However, if there's one thing Bernie Sanders did well, and he did this real well until he sold out to the DNC, was he was very convincing about like convincing the general populace that he gave a shit. Bernie Sanders was incredibly convincing as a politician in debating people into believing that he actually gave a shit about the individual voter.
Young, queer, black, brown, marginalized people in red states. And even though this corporate Democrat is, you see it in a long-term game. In the short-term game, a President Newsom over a President J.D. Vance.
Yep, there it is. It's emotional. I mean, again, like, she a retard? Here's my opinion. I think these are two philosophical decisions, and neither of them are wrong. That's generally what my viewpoint is. I don't think either one of them are wrong, and anybody who's trying to assert that their viewpoint is like you can't criticize it, you can't talk about it, you can't fight against it, I think they're full of shit. I think the fact is that it's totally valid what she's saying, and it's totally valid what Hassan is saying. You should never expect somebody to vote for the lesser of two evils. You should never think that you have the moral authority to say you should vote for something and you have to vote for something, and you're morally obligated to vote for my candidate because even though it doesn't fulfill your principles, it's closer to what I think your principles are than this other person, so you're now obligated to take my side.
Yeah, but the problem with that mentality is that when Hassan spends every single waking moment lambasting the right wing and pretending that the right wing is just the source of all the world's ills, then yeah, people are going to expect him to vote for the left wing because that's what he spends. He spends all day, every day, just pining for a communist utopia. So people who want said communist utopia and think that Kamala Harris is at least the first step in getting that absolutely are going to feel like he's obligated to vote for that. Because if he doesn't, and then they get Trump, whose fault is it? It's his. Now, is that the reality of how things work? No. But when your entire platform is spent denigrating anything and everything that could even be possibly perceived as right-wing, yeah, you damn well built that expectation up with your audience. Yo, shout out to the Yarn Witch for the raid. Thank you so much, girly. Truly appreciate you. Thank you for the raid, Yarny.
It's unfair. It's completely unfair. Oh, he replied, You're in a sex cult led by a pedophile streamer? What? What the fuck does that even mean? Destiny? What the fuck does this have to do with Destiny? But
I'm disappointed.
Man, holy fuck. OP is a Destiny fan. After all this, Republicans don't comment on anything Democrat does ever again. Future MAGA prison camp guard. I mean, I don't know. This is just some liberal, right? I mean, who cares? Like, yeah, the day he goes Republican, you will too.
This is how deranged Hassan Piker is. Like, his hate, and mind you, I don't like Destiny. I can't fucking stand Destiny. But Hassan Piker's hate boner for Destiny is so irrationally strong that he thinks that Destiny would go Republican, which is absurd. Destiny is one of the most heinous individuals on the internet. I don't know who the bigger asshole is, Hassan or Destiny. I actually lean towards Destiny, believe it or not, in terms of just being the objectively worst person. But to have such a hate boner for somebody that you think that he would go Republican after the things he said about Charlie Kirk and the things he said about the man who was murdered during the Trump's assassination attempt and whatnot, it is. Hassan has lost the plot. Well, I'd say lost the plot as if he ever had the plot. It is, again, just true absurdity.
Oh, the day Destiny goes Republican, you didn't care when he boosted Sam Hyde, Nick Fuentes, or Warren Southern. It's Destiny. Yeah, don't talk to me about obeying in advance. Vote blue no matter who got us in this mess. Jesus. Man, wow. They're cannibalizing each other. Well, really, I mean, I think this is the problem, is that I think leftists know, or like liberals know, that the hardline leftists like
LCPL anime guy, it would be way too long to explain who Destiny is. I'm sure at some point I'll end up reacting to his stuff or whatnot, because every now and again I come back to some Destiny drama, and you'll see then if you're watching my streams. It would take way too long to get into all the Destiny stuff. But short version, he's a leftist debate bro streamer who's probably he's about equally as famous as Hassan. He is a full-blown leftist, but he is not a communist, but he is a vile, horrible individual, just a truly sickening human being. And he and Hassan they're just both the worst of the worst, and they run in similar political circles, but they hate each other. Put it that way.
Hassan have consolidated enough influence and power that if they try to work against a liberal establishment candidate, they will probably contribute to that candidate not winning the election. I think this is generally true, actually. And they've grown to be very influential. And there's a lot of them that are out there. Now, I'm not saying that it's a huge amount, but even if it's 5%, 5% can swing an election. So you can say, oh, wow, it's not that many numerically or like comparatively, but, you know, for how many there are, it can cause the difference.
Debate Bro is not a new term. That's been around for ages.
Toss-up, right? So
if you watch internet blood sports debates, the term Debate Bro has been around for ages.
What I think's happening is that they're angry that they can't ideologically browbeat these remaining 5% of people into voting the party line. And that's fundamentally what it is. They want to browbeat, virtue signal, and demonize anybody who refuses to vote the party line. And the fact is that a lot of people are actually in agreement against this. Like, we're doing the same shit. Did Biden political strategy? You guys never learn. It's good. Even if you intend to vote for Biden, you should not say it and use the leverage in order to push for more concessions. I mean, again, I think that can possibly be true. I didn't know that. You told me this for the first time. What is this?
It's definitely the second best
So
option.
if Joe Biden got the nomination and is running against President Trump, you would not vote for him?
I don't know. I've honestly considered moving up into the mountains and living an anarcho-primitivist lifestyle if Joe Biden becomes the Democratic nominee.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, right? And reducing gap marginalized community, a single hypothetical vote, misunderstands how political engagement works. What is this here? The premise here is political morality is measured exclusively at the voting booth. Well, I mean, it is. I mean, you either make the decision or you don't. It's not that complicated. If you don't vote for the performative lib who started last year agreeing with Charlie Kirk about trans women, then you hate marginalized groups. I mean, if you choose the greater of, if you don't choose the lesser of two evils and then the greater of two evils prevails, you do have a responsibility to that because you made a choice. Not choosing is a choice. You decide. Now, you can say that you're not going to do that, but don't go and say that you're perfect for it, right? This is what's so insane.
Hassan can't go a day without saying that he's perfect at anything. Like, dude talks about how he won't even debate people unless they can match his bench. Like, the fuck are we talking about here?
To me, why are people, what is this all about? Yeah, it's a trolley problem. So just make the decision. If you think that it's better long-term to have more people suffer because then that will push your ideology, then just say that. And the problem with a lot of these leftist people is that they do not say what they actually believe. The fact is that they want things. This is the ideology that they have. They want things to get worse, so that way people are radicalized enough to vote for a candidate that they agree with. That's what their goal is.
And frankly, some people on the right think that as well. Some people on the right have that exact same mentality. They're just smarter about it.
Say that. And it's not insane to say, but it's really not. I think it's reasonable. You're American, so vote, but you are responsible. Yeah, they always invoke the marginalized people argument.
Yeah, exactly.
But they never say what the fuck that
Groypers think
means
that.
or in what way they're impacted. How are they impacted? Well, I'll give you some examples, right? So Donald Trump has gone on a number of things that have damaged trans people's ability to do certain things.
Good.
Like, I think the best example that I can use is in the military.
Good.
He kicked all the trans people out of the military.
Extra
That's
good.
obviously something that if you're trans, you're probably going to be against. Even if...
Why? What? Like, dude, if you're trans, odds are you're a leftist, and leftists hate the military anyway. And if you're trans and you're not a leftist, like, because there are some base trannies out there that know that, like, hey, I know it's a mental illness, I know it's gender dysphoria, I know that I'll never be a woman or whatnot. Great, so you're cognitive enough to realize you have a mental illness. So then you should also be cognitive enough to know that because of that mental illness, you would not be a good fit for the military and you shouldn't be in the military. Win-win either way.
If you think that, they shouldn't be in the military, this was very clearly something that trans people were able to do that Donald Trump took away. He took it away. So I think that it's undeniable that's the case. Same thing with trans and sports. Now, I know it's a 90-10 issue, but there are the 10. And
the 10 are wrong. It doesn't matter. 90-10 or not, the 10 are wrong.
Whenever that 10% sees that, that is a reduction in the amount of things that trans people can do. Did you really kick them out or stop paying for it? They kicked them out. Yeah, they literally kicked them out. Like they said, they're getting rid of them. Assad wants Republicans in office because he gets to cosplay as a revolutionary, which raises his profile and makes him more money. That's what he cares about.
Correct. This is an objectively correct tweet. Because if Hassan gets his communist utopia that he oh so begs for, then he will not be a multimillionaire in a mansion with a Porsche. That's what it is. Hassan needs the right to stay in power, or at least have some modicum of power. That way he can continue his lifestyle. It is a true grift.
I mean, I do think that it works better as an outsider, like his perspective, definitely. But, again, like it's hard really to say. But a lot of people are very angry about this, too. I even see that, where is it here? How many times are we going to run this back? 2026 election. That's right. And country is an insane asylum. But what do you mean? You're already demanding people swear to vote for some corporate shithead almost 3 years from now? Well, it's because they think that the corporate shithead is going to be better than the other corporate shithead. Like, I mean, I don't know why. Like, why is this such a, like, why are there so many layers of dishonesty here? It's unbelievable to me that nobody just wants to talk about this. Like, they're just lying.
But it's not dishonesty. The reason it's not dishonesty is because people responding to this specifically because it's coming from Hassan Piker, and they know Hassan Piker is a lying piece of shit. They know that he will say anything and everything to stay in the good graces of, like, the revolutionary communist party or whatnot, regardless whether he believes it or not. So it is not dishonesty to counter his dishonesty with intellectual honesty. If it had been somebody who had any sort of moral and or philosophical consistency saying this, the responses would not be the same. It's because it's Hassan saying this and everybody can see through his communist LARP.
They're just like, they're misrepresenting this on purpose. Why would you do this?
I agree, War Wizard. Asmongold is way too soft on
I feel
Hassan.
like trans and military only because I thought they need constant medication. I'm not a doctor. I don't understand it. I think they should do whatever the medical professionals think they should do. If they think that
the medical professionals that are bought and paid for because the transgender agenda is the creates patients for life, no different than the cancer industry. Yeah, no. Obviously, the doctor's gonna say, yeah, no, they're trans. Let them in the military. We need to keep making that money. So no. I'm sorry, you don't trust doctors when it comes to trans people because doctors get paid. The more trannies there are, the more doctors get paid. The more big money Big Pharma rakes in.
trans people are, like they harm military readiness, then they shouldn't be in the military. If they think that it's a wash and it doesn't matter, then they should be in, right? It's pretty fucking simple to me. I think that the military, whenever you're putting people's lives at risk, you have to go a little bit beyond identity politics, right? Identity politics take a backseat to like
one transition trans is $1 million to the medical industry. Exactly, War Wizard.
Life and death. That's my opinion.
What up, Nagranol? What up, Mike?
It has to do with mentally fitness? Yeah. But I'm not an expert in that. I don't really know. But that's the way that I would make the decision. Leftists are now telling you 2 years before the primary they will not vote for Gavin Newsom if he's the nominee. You have 2 years to find someone else. Yeah, so...
Who is there? There is no one else. The funny thing is, the hilarious thing is that is disgusting and despicable and reprehensible as New Scum is, he's still their best choice. He's still their best choice. Like, I'm gonna be real. Unless there's some freaky deaky cheating shit going on, 2028 should be a shoo-in for Just Dance Advanced. Should be a shoo-in. Even at least a portion of the left loathes Gavin Newsom. But who the fuck else they got? Who else they gonna run? I don't think AOC is old enough. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure AOC isn't old enough. How old is AOC? Oh, no, okay, no, I'm wrong. She's old enough. Yeah, all right. They could run AOC. I bet she has an even lower chance than, actually, hold on. Let's see if we can, Polymarket, President 2028. See what Polymarket has to say. J.D. Vance, 25%. Gavin Newsom, 19%. Marco Rubio, 7%. Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez is at 6% right now, and she is down 5%. Josh Shapiro ain't even gonna fucking run. He might, like, just for the notoriety, but there's no win. Like, bro, Donald Trump, even though he can't run because of the, even though he can't run because you can't get a third term, he has a better chance than Pete Buttigieg. Like, yeah, DeSantis, fat fucking chance. Elon Musk can't run. He said that. Dude, Elon Musk has a better chance than some of these people. And he can't run. Legally. Like, Ocasio-Cortez has less of a shot than Gavin Newsom. And our boy Just Dance Advance, man. Now, he down 3%. And that's still 6% higher than New Scum. What a shit show.
They won't vote for that person either, right? I mean, that's not necessarily a guarantee. I think it's a good thing to not preemptively swear your vote for Gavin Newsom before he's the candidate. I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, I think it's totally valid to say that I'm going to vote for anybody who's not Trump. I think that's totally valid. If you don't like Trump, that's completely okay for you to say that. Totally fine for you to say that. I think you can't just offload that to medical professionals. The same people that said that transing 8-year-olds was good. Well, you have to have the right professionals doing it. I mean, you're always going to have nutballs that say that stuff, but that's not something.
No, it's not even about having nutballs say that stuff. Again, Asmongold's wrong here. It's not about having nutballs. No, these docs, they ain't nutballs. They know exactly what they're saying and doing, and they know it's wrong. They don't care. There's a financial incentive to hold these batshit insane opinions. Like, knowing what you're doing is wrong, knowing what you're doing is harmful, knowing that what you're doing is evil is not the same as being a nutball. Because if there's enough money in it, you will sell your soul.
Thing that I would always listen to. I knew a trans girl was in the military and she was in the medical leave for half a year and couldn't do deployment or any work during that time. Yeah, well, if that's the case for too many of them, then you shouldn't have them in there, right? It's pretty fucking simple. So, yeah, I mean, to me, it's a very, very simple decision to make. But, yeah, there's a lot of people very angry at Hassan because he won't automatically say the party line. And I think that, again, this is a totally valid...
He won't say the party line because they're not his party. Like, Hassan is not a leftist. Hassan is not a Democrat. He's not saying the party. He is a communist. And unless they put someone up who is a full-blown commie like him, like AOC, for example, what he's saying does make perfect sense. but it's dishonest because it's coming from him who needs the communist grift to maintain his lifestyle.
Opinion to have, and anybody trying to push him to do that are just simply trying to co-opt his platform to make him say what they want. And I think that wanting to vote third party or abstaining and being a conscientious objector to a two-party system that you think doesn't represent you is a completely valid opinion to have, and it doesn't make you any less of a political activist or a political extremist or anything like that to have that viewpoint. And I also think that the opposite is true too. But I think that the issue is you can't push somebody else's values on, your values on somebody else.
You vote for J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom?
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom.
Me
of course,
too.
100%.
I wouldn't blink. What about you, Hassan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
He's gonna get mad.
What up, Charlie?
Fuck him, dude. Fuck him.
Fuck him.
Opposition. Opposition. Political opposition. Not on the team, guys. He is.
Hassan and the leftists want more overtly radical candidates, but establishment Dems understand that doing that would annihilate the shit. No, they don't. No. Establishment Dems don't. I would have agreed with that sentiment 10 years ago. I absolutely would agree with that sentiment 10 years ago. Now? There's no. The only reason the establishment Dems don't run like their most hardcore is because they weren't like AOC is eligible now. She wasn't eligible in the last election. Or else they could have ran her. Right? Like the most radical of their folk, they'll absolutely run once they're available to run.
Not on the team. He is indifferent to Republicans having power. And all of the people that are harmed by that happening. He is opposition, okay?
Yep.
In no uncertain terms. This is nuts. This is a fucking bananas thing to say a year into this administration.
Yep.
2 dead people in fucking Minnesota. Minnesota, wow.
Minnesota.
How many?
It's called Snowgadishu.
How many people did we send to fucking like a torture prison in Seacott? Did we?
Not enough.
I was literally just about to say that. Damn it, Asmongold.
More. Should have been a lot more.
Didn't we send possibly like American citizens there on accident?
Can't win them all.
The mass deportation program, ICE terrorizing civilians, millions dead, USAID cuts, 11
huge W.
Week blockade of aid.
I love how we get to the last 2 minutes of this video and Asmongold just got super based. After like softballing on Hassan, gets super based for the last 2 minutes of the video.
Going into Gaza, which very nearly caused a mass starvation event.
I have no idea about that.
Very close to being officially designated a famine.
Should be a famine.
Surely Hamas had nothing to do with that.
Dismantling the Department of Education.
Which I don't think has happened yet. I could be wrong, but I don't even think that's happened yet. It's on the agenda. It should have happened already.
God. Thank God. Kids are retarded nowadays. Obviously, it doesn't work.
Blowing up fucking fishermen in Venezuela.
Good.
Bozo. Shouldn't have been selling drugs. Shouldn't have been running drugs around. There's a fishing submarine. Now it's dead. Too bad. Shouldn't have done it.
Invading Venezuela, deposing a...
Got him, bitch. You got nabbed. Now you're in a box. We win.
It's so nice for him to finally be saying shit that we agree with. That was... It took a bit to get there. But we back, baby.
Now we got your oil. W.
Leader. I guess we're doing regime change again, just very blatantly and openly at this point.
Of course we are. We spend $1 trillion. Dude, we spend $1 trillion on the military. Fucking nothing. Dude, spending all this fucking money on the military just to not do anything.
Trump mass fired people in the Department of Education, but Congress decides to pass a bill to officially access. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. I was unaware. I'm pretty sure the DOE is the DOE is still in effect. Okay, that checks out.
We spent $1 trillion. We can't even go get.
No. Well, at least, Mike, nobody in my audience believes that. I don't know if you were watching that stream or not, because like I got up at like way early in the morning to cover that press conference live, and Trump was just open and honest about it. He's like, it was for oil. Of course it was for oil. Like, look, say what you want about like, oh, we overthrew a nation. Oh, we invasion. Is that the other motherfucker? At least unlike in the Bush years, we was transparent about it. He's like, yeah, that's our oil. It's like, you know what? Tip of the hat, Donnie boy. I appreciate you.
His piece of shit. What do you mean by that?
There's like fucking dozens of other just really awful, damaging things that he's done as president. And like,
sounds like a list of W's
after this,
to me.
You're like, nah, I don't know if I would vote third party. Fuck you, bro. This guy, man.
There's a lot of people out there. Here's the truth too, is that they can always virtue signal about how it's not a big deal. It's not a bad thing to vote.
People want cheaper gas, man. I went to the gas station on Monday. Was it Tuesday? No, it was Monday. $2.42. $2.42. I drive a fucking right now. I drive a 2003 Yukon Denali. That bitch a gas guzzler, son. Gas guzzler. 2003 Yukon Denali. Felt real good getting half a tank with $20.
Third party, or sorry, it's a good thing to do that, but they never have to live the consequences of it. That's another big point. Like, Hutch is right to an extent, right? Is that, like, yeah, a lot of things, again, like if you're a liberal, like you're probably very upset about it, but none of these people have to do that at all.
Well, and again, Hassan isn't a liberal. Hassan isn't a liberal. Hassan is a communist.
Empathy.
And that is the difference. Hassan Piker is a communist. So I honestly, props to him for actually saying that he would vote third party. I will give him that shred of credit. Because at least he is not hiding the fact that he is a commie POS. Man, we an hour and a half in. I'm already fired up, man. We're an hour and a half in. I'm already so fired up. And we're just now getting to the Epstein stuff. We're just now getting to the Epstein stuff. Let's go, baby. Oh, it feels good.
The Epstein Files and the Epstein case. I don't even know where to start. Like, it's just...
At this point, man, I kind of believe this. Like, I don't believe it, but I do think there's a chance. Like, I've been on the Epstein didn't kill himself train from the beginning. Like, everybody, because it's obvious, right? But man, I'm hovering around like a 15% chance or so that he's actually still fucking alive. That wasn't even him. Like, there is a non-zero chance that the whole thing was a hoax and Epstein is still out there running shit behind the curtain, dude. I think it's most likely he was axed. But I'm not fully convinced.
As far as I can tell, all of the genuinely important information is actually out in the public. Epstein definitely was trafficking girls. It seems, and doing God only knows what. And it seems that the darkest...
growing designer babies in a vat?
...most wild conspiracy theory fever dreams, probably on the money. Probably roughly in the correct ballpark. Maybe it's worse than it even than the emails even imply. I don't know. It seems awful. And then you've got the conspiracy theories about him being dead, which, as I said, so far, the files haven't necessarily proved that, but boom. I don't know, man. Like, there's a lot in here that, like, seems actually... I don't know. What am I supposed to say about this? So you've got, like, this image floating around.
Here's what you were supposed to say. Sorry, QAnon. We may have been a bit too hard on you. Like, look, maybe that whole thing about JFK coming back from the dead, but you were off on that. But hey, you can't win them all, right? Yeah. Yeah, I need to go back and re-listen to the Tinfoil Haters episode we did on QAnon, because that was one of our first episodes. I think it was like episode 6 or something. I think it was episode 6 of Tinfoil Haters was QAnon. And like, I was pretty iffy on it. Some things I was convinced on, others not so much. I need to go back and give that episode a listen and be like, fuck, I might owe QAnon a bit of an apology. We're gonna do a QAnon follow-up with the midterms.
This is when he was taken out of the jail cell dead in 2019, and everyone was like, that's weird, isn't it?
Now, if I'm correct, which I might be wrong, these photos aren't confirmed, right? They're floating around with no source. If there is a source and I'm wrong, then correct me. But from what I've heard, this is not confirmed that these photos are actually of Epstein.
It doesn't look right. very clearly not the same. So I don't know. What am I supposed to take from this? Who knows, right? Who knows? His nose isn't the same either. Who knows, right? I don't know. I'm not saying I know. I'm an appreciator of conspiracy theories, but I don't think of myself as a conspiracy theorist. Not that there's anything wrong with being a conspiracy theorist in the year of our Lord 2026, because so many of them keep turning out to be fucking true.
So, do you think we'll finally get acknowledgement that Bush did 9/11? We've been right about everything else so far. We've been right about everything else so far. Can we finally just admit that 9/11 was a fucking inside job?
In fact, like I said on Twitter the other day, it seems like there is basically the omni-conspiracy. There is the one conspiracy that is just at the root of all of the conspiracy theories, and every sort of conspiracy, it's like a mushroom, where a fern, where the entire plant, every fern you see is just connected to the same plant through the same root system underground. So you think, oh, that's a separate plant. No, they're all just connected to the same thing. And apparently Epstein's at the goddamn center of it. Anyway, so everyone was like, yeah, you know what? I don't think Epstein killed himself, guys. I think there's something more to it than that.
Traitors. Fuck Kash Patel. Fuck Dan Bongino. Traitors.
And you remember back in May 18th, 2025, when Dan Bongino and Kash Patel came out and said, nope, he killed himself. I've seen the whole file. He killed himself. And they look like they had guns to their backs. And everyone was like, I don't know, man. I'm just not buying it. I'm just not buying that. You guys look like someone sat you down and said, listen, we will kill your fucking families if you don't just say he killed himself. And you got access to the Epstein Files before we did. You opened them up and realized, oh, wait, this is an ethnic blackmail finance network that works on...
C-Brew for a two-banger says, R.I.P. tinfoils, fuck you, YouTube. Yep, still waiting to see if YouTube's messaging me back. Here, I'll check real quick. I'll check, because they messaged me. Turned out they messaged me Tuesday night. I responded to it today. See, they hit me back up yet? Let's see. I don't want to dox myself. I ain't sharing no DMs or whatnot, but I'm checking. I didn't respond in the DMs. Let's see what they had to say. Let's see. Nope, doesn't look like YouTube has responded whatsoever. Shocking. Shocking indeed.
Securing trade and deals between various other really powerful and really influential world networks from different groups, like the Russians and the Saudis and the Qataris and whoever else, right? And you realize that Epstein was a middle guy who used his unbelievable connections and the things that he could offer in order to get, certain massive deals done. And in the
see, people keep saying that Epstein was a middleman. I don't believe, because a middleman, I guess in technicality sense he was, but a middleman kind of implies that he's not at the top. And I do believe Epstein was at the top. He was the one who was puppet mastering, was using his connections and his machinations to make things happen. Like even the World Economic Forum and the United Nations and all these Illuminati, New World Order style like organizations, if you believe in them, were coming to him to get shit done. Not they were using him to get shit done. They were coming to him for it. He had the power. So just calling him a middleman almost like lessens the evil and the scheming and the plotting that he was capable of.
Process was doing horrific things. And you looked at it and thought, you know what? A bit above my pay grade, to be honest. Now he killed himself. I think that's all they need to know. Epstein Files, they're a Democrat hoax. Nothing more to see here, folks. Which is, like, I mean, it was never going to wash. I don't even know how we managed to get the Epstein Files out, to be honest. How they got this, how the Department of Justice is like, well, we'll just release it and see where the chips fall. I mean, maybe nothing bad happens. But
because it's a dog and pony show. Here's how the DOJ was able to do it, right? Here's how the DOJ was able to do it. Because they can get away with not prosecuting anybody. That's how. They can get away with not prosecuting anybody. They can be like, we threw you a bone. We gave you the files. They're all incredibly redacted, but we threw you a bone and gave the files. That looks like a win to the public. Doesn't matter. There's not going to be any sort of accountability. It looks like a W enough. It is faux transparency.
This is like ruining reputations. Because, of course, in the Epstein Files, we started seeing some really amazing things. Like, as this chap points out, they had a spare body. They were told to start work, remove the bad drive. Oh, no, sorry, this isn't the body one. Sorry, I've got this mixed up. This is where they decided they were gonna like, wipe the video files of the cell for some reason.
But guys, the guards that fell asleep on duty told us that the cameras just miraculously malfunctioned at the exact same time that he hung himself with his bed sheets. Duh. It's so obvious.
Blanked started removing the bad drives in order to rebuild the DVR. X advised the FBI agent that he was the one who pulled out the DVR. X also advised that he knew that by replacing both hard drives, the system would be wiped, and he advised the personnel of that. As in, they knew that after the incident, we were asked about the cameras. There were 2 new hard drives to install, but installing the new drives would mean that all prior data would be lost. The warden wanted the video, and so X was told to start working on the system. So they knew they would lose the data by replacing these hard drives. I mean, I'm not even sure that's true. They take out a hard drive. The hard drive still got the information on it.
You heard one guard whistle blew. So I semi-believe this. Right before Epstein died in prison, assuming he died, there was somebody claiming to be a guard anonymously on 4chan spelling out everything that was about to happen. And it did all happen. So whether that was an actual guard who blew the whistle or not, we'll never know because it was anonymous on 4chan. Real damn coincidental, though.
But anyway, apparently that's gone forever now. And they managed to give us that piece of footage the other day of like someone going to the cell or whatever, didn't they? So it hadn't been lost. The cameras weren't broken. We know that they were lying, right? And then you have this one where Epstein's like, I have the body double and I bought nitrile gloves. You're not allowed to use latex. This is to Jeffrey Epstein from someone redacted on the subject of body double, by the way. And all containers are very clean so you don't get other products that could be harmful on the skin. What? Okay, what are we talking about? Then we've got this. Epstein jail guards used fake body to trick media waiting outside the prison while his real corpse was loaded into a van unnoticed.
Real corpse. Again, that's assuming he's actually dead.
Great question. Why did you have a fake Epstein body ready? I mean, like I'm saying, I'm not saying if this proves that he's still alive. I'm playing Fortnite in Israel. What I'm saying is, it's a bit weird to have a fake body double around, kill all the video footage.
Epstein is not playing Fortnite. If anything, he's playing Roblox.
Disappear all the video footage, and then decide to sneak out a fake body in order to fool the media. It's just really weird that you'd need to go to any of these lengths, right? Anyway, then you've got Thomas Massey, who's just been an absolute warrior on this.
Dude, Massey, I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again, bro. Massey, a straight G. He has been crushing it.
Like, yeah, so why are we redacting a bunch of stuff?
No, he would not be playing Reloaded. Jeffrey Epstein was a massive racist. He would not be playing Reloaded.
From the perpetrators and not the victims. Because, of course, the law says that you have to redact the victims' names, keep their identity a secret. And, yeah, you don't want to splash the Epstein victims' personal details all over the internet. They didn't do anything wrong. But why have they been redacting, like, the person who sent the torture video to Epstein, who's apparently named by Massey, tacitly admitted, Massey claims, as Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayman.
Who was Massey? Massey is one of the only politicians in the entire government that I truly believe can actually, for the most part, be trusted. He is a libertarian Republican. He has gone against Trump from the beginning when it comes to releasing these files. He is the chief dude in the entirety of the government that has fought tirelessly for the release. He has voted against anything and everything regarding these files that would keep them from coming out. He has voted against certain bills that would give the left more power. Massey is a G.
It's sort of like bloody Qatar or wherever it is, UAE. And why did Kash Patel testify to Congress that they had no other evidence of sex traffickers? This is the FBI's own 2019 document listing Les Wexner as a co-conspirator in child trafficking. And it wasn't unredacted until when he posted this. So,
I said it last night, I'll say it again. Redacting Wexner's name was retarded. We have known Wexner was one of the principal figures since 2019. We have known about Wexner specifically since Epstein's death. He was one of the first names to come out. His relationship with Epstein was one of the most public of all relationships. This one was a nothing burger. The fact that this was redacted is absolutely ridiculous because this is something that everybody knew.
Why such wild inconsistencies from Dan Bongino and Kash Patel?
Because they are traitors. They are treasonous.
Why are we doing this? What? Look, guys, you went in there with a mandate to smash up this horrific conspiracy, and it's being done for you. It's all in public now. And everyone's like, why are you redacting a file that lists several men who might be implicated? It's just really weird. Just really, really weird that that's the case. And then Dan Bongino has had this legendary crash out. Where, and the thing is, right, I just want to be clear. I genuinely think that Bongino and Patel went in there, looked at it, and was like, oh shit. This is worse than we thought it was going to be. Not only is it more depraved than we thought it was going to be, but this is colossal. Because, I mean, like, obviously the mainstream media is like, oh, is Epstein a Russian asset? No, he's obviously not a Russian asset. Pick again, throw a dart at a board and see if you can actually get the country he's obviously an asset for.
I disagree with I disagree with Sargon here. Epstein was not an asset for a singular country. He was an asset for all of them. He was an asset for Russia. He was an asset for Saudi Arabia. He was an asset for Israel. He was an asset for the USA. He was an asset for the United Kingdom. He was probably an asset for China. Probably for Brazil. Everyone. Like any major player in the world political stage, in some way, shape, or form, he was an asset for. Now, obviously, I mean, Israel's the big one, Epstein, but it was more than Israel.
But, like Robert Maxwell's daughter just happens to be obsessed with him and is...
Are the Epstein Files too much for people? Everything so far is not much of a surprise. Look, Tiger King, I don't know how much you've been following this stuff. I'm pretty sure that the reveal that they were trying to clone designer babies back in 2018 was probably a surprise for people. The idea that Jeffrey Epstein laid out a financial plan that would only cost $9 million a year to set up a cloning facility for designer babies, and that they could probably have a successful designer baby clone within 5 years, which would have been 2023 if they got to work on it that year, which they said they were going to. That's probably a pretty big surprise for people. I'm not making that up, by the way. That is in the fucking files. It is insane. He had a financial plan to create a designer baby cloning facility. This is sci-fi shit. And yeah, by the way, Jin T Maxi, I remember that as well. I remember my mom having a crash out about it with one of her church buddies.
Closest, his like longest girlfriend, and there are allegations in the Epstein Files that he was trained as a spy. By the way, let you guess which country that was for. And yet, for some reason, Bongino is having this massive crash out. It's like, mate, you could just be honest.
Wasn't time travel also mentioned in the files? That one I haven't seen. I've covered so much of the Epstein Files stuff, maybe I'm just not remembering it, but I don't think I've seen anything time travel related.
Right, you just come out and say, this is what happened, and I was intimidated. Like, I was terrified, because it is a scary thing. These are the sorts of people who apparently torture and murder kids, and worse, possibly. And so, yeah, I imagine that they would do terrible things to you and your family. They'd threaten you with whatever they needed to threaten you with. And it seems that Bongino going...
I can't say. Never mind. I'd be lying if I said it. I'm not going to do that. I'm better
back
than
to
that.
Fox News again as a contributor. Looks like he's kind of been just told, look, we'll just give you a comfortable retirement. Right? You get 100K a year or whatever it is. And you just appear as a Fox News contributor. You just pop up, you know, every couple of days or whatever. And that's it. That's all you need to do. And the rest of it all goes away. Right? That's what it looks like from the outside. I'm not saying that's what happened. But then you've got Pam Bondi in some Senate hearing.
What Pam Bondi said in this hearing, please fucking play it, Sargon, was the most telling, despicable, heinous shit that could have been said. This woman is a cancer. This woman is a disease. This woman is sentient Ebola.
I don't even know what's happening, to be honest, but she's freaking out and she's losing her mind. And it's just... People are like, why aren't you indicting any of these clients? Like, you have the names, and I know you have the names because you've been redacting them, and there are a bunch of people whose names are not redacted. Why aren't you arresting these people? And she starts flipping out. I mean, we'll just watch this. It's just kind of mad, to be honest.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know.
I don't give a fuck what the Dow is at. We are living in a world ran by a pedophile cabal, a worldwide cabal, raping children, growing designer babies in vats, abducting and trafficking people off the street, creating microtransactions in video games. Yes, by the way, that's another thing that we found out in the Epstein Files. Jeffrey Epstein's basically the reason we have microtransactions in video games. I get it, the child rape is obviously a whole lot worse, but that's still pretty fucking bad. I don't give a fuck about the Dow. The world is ran by people eating babies.
Why you're laughing, you're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about.
No, the fuck it isn't. Or at least, sure, talk about both. I guess talk about both. Hey, guys, pedophiles run the world, but your 401k is doing pretty nice. You can say both. They're not mutually fucking exclusive. This woman is a cancer.
But we're concerned that there is an ethnic supremacist network that is essentially working behind the scenes of the United States and the government and the business interests to not only puppeteer things in their direction and by proxy the direction of another country, but also the things they're doing are monstrous, genuinely monstrous. Like they seem to be murdering and raping children. And so you saying, yeah, but look at the Dow, look at the NASDAQ, look at the stock market, kind of makes it sound like what you're saying is this is a load-bearing international pedophile finance network, and if I take it down, the economy is going to collapse.
That is what she said. She effectively said, If we prosecute the people in the files, the system will crumble. Let it fucking burn then. I don't give a shit. I checked my Fidelity account yesterday. I checked my stocks. My stocks ain't doing half bad. I don't give a shit. If you gave me the choice of Leon, how good are your stocks versus let's put the pedos in jail? Bro, you can get rid of all my stocks. I won't get a penny. That's fucking fine. Wood chippers for all. If you want to use the money for my stocks to invest in wood chippers, go for it.
The stock market's going to tank. Millions of people are going to lose billions of dollars. The 401ks are going to go south. And it's like, okay, well, I guess we have to ask ourselves in the utilitarian calculation, is it a price worth paying? And I mean, I hate to say it, but I'm kind of on the side that it is. Actually, I kind of think that actually maybe you do need to arrest these people, even if it ruins the stock market. And maybe
it can ruin the world for all I give a fuck. I know I got a lot of parents in my chat. A lot of y'all have kids and whatnot. Yeah, it was a conspiracy theory. Yeah, we all knew that it was probably real. But do we realize it was this bad? Like, how do you raise children in a world where you know that it's ran by a global pedophilic cabal that is worshiping Satan, eating babies, and cloning children? It all sounds so fake and made up. But it's not. It's literally all just released to us.
Just maybe it might be worth reconstituting the country in such a way that actually a paedophile network for ethnic supremacist interests are not actually core to your entire economic system. I mean, just call me crazy. I'm just going to throw it out there and say, look, guys, maybe that just shouldn't be the case. Maybe actually you should have a system that's run honestly and not on nonce blackmail.
Okay, all right. It's called extortion.
Idea, but it's worth thinking about, right? And then you've got the weirdest thing, which is somehow, I don't know how this keeps happening. Trump seems to be the person who's vindicated so far.
Yep. Whole lot of people would be better off offering apologies real fucking quick because of everyone that's been in the files. The one that's been exonerated the most has been Trump. And you know what? Y'all can check any of my streams where I talked about this in the past. And go back to any streams when I was crashing out about the Epstein Files, when Pam Bondi was all like, oh, the files are on my desk. Oh, it turns out it's a Democrat hoax. Oh, it's not real. You know what I said? Go back and check my streams. I said, if Trump's on that list, if Trump's involved, if he had any hand in it, would chipper for him too. Don't give a fuck. But now that all this information's come out, all the evidence points to Trump being the one dude who's been exonerated. I have been nothing but consistent on this.
Nothing really bad has come out about Trump. There's lots of people whining about Trump. Epstein called Trump the most evil man that he knew. So I covered a bunch of this in the 2019 video I did. I looked into the relationship between Epstein and Trump. And basically, they were buddies until like the early 2000s, about 2002, 2003, where they fell out over the purchase of a property in Florida. I think it might actually have been Mar-a-Lago, to be honest. But Donald Trump managed to get the property. Epstein didn't get the property. They fell out. And then Trump started pointing at...
I think his timeline's a bit wrong. I'm pretty sure the fallout was like 2006. But either way, yes.
Now, hang on a second. This Epstein guy seems to be a bit of a nonce. And in 2006, he actually did become an FBI informant. And this is before Epstein went to jail over this. So Trump actually was ahead of the curve on this, saying, hang on a second, this Epstein guy's a nonce, maybe the FBI wants to look into him. There was a tweet in like September or October 2012 about this. And it's something that he's been saying repeatedly. And the Epstein files have been released. And a retired cop told FBI agents that Trump had called Maxwell evil. And he'd gone after Epstein and told them that, by the way, people in New York knew Epstein is disgusting and you should do something. And it's like, how the fuck does Trump managed to fluke his way into being on the right side of every fucking issue. Like, of all the people, like, you know, and why was he like, oh, it's a Democrat hoax? What's the point in that? What's the point in trying to cover it up? What's the point of Pam Bondi saying, yeah, the client list's on my desk? Oh, there is no client list. It's like, bro, we've seen the black book. That's all out.
Well, no, it's the black book is not out. That is what truly needs to be released. We know it exists, but we've not seen, and like, the files are great and all, right? The Epstein Files are great and all, but what we need to see is the black book.
Like, I realize that you guys think, right, there's a particular network connected to a particular country that is going to take some serious hits if you start arresting people, but actually I think you might have a moral obligation to arrest them, even if that's the case, even if the stock market's doing great, because these people are evil pedophiles who are holding your country ransom so they get to do unholy things to children. I mean, just call me crazy, but I think that if you were to poll people in the street and say, look, right, the economy's going to tank, it's going to be a rough few years, you know, new depression, if we arrest all of these nonces, people are probably like, I think you should probably still arrest the nonces. Sorry, but I think you have to, because otherwise, doesn't that make our entire country sordid and tainted and disgusting? And to know that we are living off the largesse of people like Jeffrey Epstein and his connected friends, is that the country you want? I don't think that's the country anyone wants.
The world. Okay, stop saying country. The world. This is a worldwide thing. It is honestly insane.
I think that people would probably say, yeah, okay, well, we'll...
Are there any Middle Eastern princes of... yeah, the Sultan of Dubai. The Sultan of Dubai. His name was unredacted by Thomas Massey yesterday. Or maybe it was the day before yesterday. Either way, yeah, Thomas Massey released 6 names that were initially redacted, and one of them was the Sultan of Dubai.
Just gotta do what you gotta do, because these people have got to go to jail, right? There has to be some people going to jail. I mean, in Britain, this is ruining politics. Mandelson being a buddy of Epstein's after Epstein had been convicted of soliciting a child prostitute, staying at his house, and Keir Starmer running cover for him is destroying Starmer's government. Like, loads of people are resigning. Loads of people are losing their careers. And what's happening in America? Pam Bondi's like, but look at the Dow Jones. No, not on. Like, justice. That's the core question at the heart of this. Are the people involved in this network going to get away with it, or are they going to receive justice?
They're going to get away with it. They're absolutely going to get away with it. And that's the bitch of the bunch. They are 100% getting away with it. There will be zero accountability for any of this. There's the link if you guys want to give it a like, give it a subscribe, you know, whatever it may be. But we're not done. There's more. Jeffrey Epstein and the secret program that built modern AI. Wait, what? What is this?
What I'm about to tell you is going to change the way that you look at AI forever. It's not going to be pleasant to hear, but it's going to be very important. I intended on waiting until we hit 100,000 subscribers to release this episode because of the amount of research I did into it. I want to make sure that everybody has a chance to receive this and to completely understand it. I'll start with the fact that everything everybody's been talking about when it comes to the Epstein Files is wrong, dead wrong.
That's a pretty big claim. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. You're going to really need to show some evidence that everything we've been seeing is dead wrong.
And the real issue with Epstein hasn't even bubbled to the surface yet. It's a much deeper, darker story. It starts in 2002, and it involves some of the most famous tech billionaires we have in our country today. Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Larry Page. Now, I'm not one to bring you conspiracy theories. As you know, every single episode that I bring you here on Off Air is thoroughly researched and vetted and factual. That's the same with this episode. Everything I'm about to tell you is 100% absolutely true, and it's vetted and it's unfortunate, and it is our new reality. If you spend your day on artificial intelligence, if you regularly log into ChatGPT, if you ask it questions and you receive answers and it tells you how to do your job on a daily basis, there is a very real chance, based on what I'm about to tell you during this episode, that technology is changing your life for the worse.
Nope, yes, I'm fucked. I use ChatGPT on the daily.
Not the better. I'm Ron Chapman, federal criminal defense attorney, former Marine Corps lawyer and investigator, and I'm going to bring you the story of the new eugenics Jeffrey Epstein, the godfather of artificial intelligence. There was a DARPA program. For those who don't know what DARPA is, it's the CIA-backed research wing that does a lot of research into technology, and it's been the godfather of many very famous technologies, including
the internet. To be fair, it was ARPA back then. They didn't have the D in front of it yet. It was ARPA. A lot of people don't realize the internet was invented in the late '60s. ARPANET, like '68, I believe. When was ARPANET? When was I can't spell today. When was ARPANET created? Yeah, sorry, 69. Yeah. How many of y'all knew the internet was around in the 60s, by the way? 69. DARPA is some scary shit. We haven't done a Tinfoil Haters episode on DARPA yet because I don't even know how to approach it. It is one of the most terrifying subjects that I've ever delved into.
Facebook, as I'm about to show you right now. DARPA LifeLog was a program that was launched by DARPA. You can go online and look for the request for proposal. The design of this program was supposed to capture all Americans' information, put it into a LifeLog.
Yeah, but that's another thing, by the way. For those of you that didn't know, Facebook was a PSYOP. Facebook was created specifically by the government to harvest data. That's not even a conspiracy theory at this point. That was proven true. Facebook was a government PSYOP.
Track it, build it over time so that you can create an electronic database of every American, and in fact, almost everybody in the world. Well, when congressional hearings started related to LifeLog, it was quickly killed by DARPA. Why? Because it came to the surface, because people learned about it, and because people became very concerned about...
It's guaranteed that anything the government brings out has already been around for at least 10 years. Try closer to 30 years, but yes.
The impact of all of their information online. This was 2003. This was back when we were a little bit more concerned about what we put into the computer. We weren't too far away from dial-up modems and AOL, and Bill Gates was still a name that was regularly talked about. As soon as LifeLog became...
and respected. Oh, how times have changed.
...public, DARPA quickly killed it. And they killed it on February 4th, 2004. That date is significant because that's also the date that a young hoodie-clad Mark Zuckerberg, sitting in a Harvard dorm room, launched what he called then the Facebook. The Facebook was designed as just a Harvard campus project. That's all Mark Zuckerberg intended it to be. But then, of course, he met the Winklevoss brothers, two relatively wealthy and backed individuals who worked with him on the project. And if you believe the movies, Mark Zuckerberg went in a different direction than the Winklevoss twins. But that's not the real story. The real story is...
If I remember, I could be wrong, but if I remember right, the Winklevoss twins were also government ops. Or they weren't ops, they didn't work directly for the government, but they had ties to the government to get Mark Zuckerberg's Facebook tech for the government. But I could be wrong on that.
Right after Facebook launched, it got tens of thousands of users. 50% of them were on Harvard campus, and it struggled to get off the ground in other campuses. It wasn't until a tech CEO, Peter Thiel, then of PayPal, and a relatively famous figure in the Conservative Party now today, came to Mark Zuckerberg, a relatively unknown individual on Harvard campus, and offered him $500,000. Now, the one thing that you should all understand about Peter Thiel is at that point he was what's called an angel investor, but he was a different kind of angel investor. He actually paid individuals to drop out of college and commit themselves to his causes. Thiel's club has launched some of the most famous tech startups. He's been behind nearly every single one of them. Reid Hoffman with LinkedIn was started right around this time period. Now, if we go back and look at Peter Thiel and say, why?
But not our boy Gabe. At least that we know of. To my knowledge, no link between Peter Thiel and our boy Gabe Newell. Another reason he stands undefeated.
Did he spend $500,000 on this project? Why was he one of the first venture capitalists? Why was he offering this kind of money to people like Mark Zuckerberg? You have to understand about what he'd built at that point in time. You see, Peter Thiel was the founder of a program called Palantir. Palantir is the connector. Palantir is the brain, but the brain doesn't have the data that it needs in order to figure out artificial intelligence. Palantir is a company that takes existing information and it connects that information together to draw conclusions. It's been going for a very long time. I used it when I was in the Marine Corps in Afghanistan, and I've spoken widely about Palantir because of how much I know about it. But Palantir is nothing unless it has users to put in data. That's where LifeLog came into play. The intent was people like John Poindexter of DARPA, the CIA, and the US military, Department of Defense, felt that they would be able to just get a project to collect this information that was government funded. But when
No. Why do a government-funded project to collect this information behind people's back when you could just offer them a product where they will willingly give it all to you of their own volition? And that's what Facebook was. Facebook was the psyop for us to just willy-nilly give all of our data and information directly to the government. They don't have to collect shit, or they don't have to get shit from us. We just give it to them.
there was pushback by the American public, they had to go a different way. And DARPA playboy Peter Thiel decided to go the way of a young hoodie-clad college kid to get the information that he deeply sought to make the connections he needed in order to control so much about our environment. For those of you who think the rags to riches story of Mark Zuckerberg is some amazing tale that we should tell our grandchildren, think again. Just about every social...
It is. It's an incredibly amazing tale to tell your grandchildren. Hey, if you go to college and you invent some sort of dark, fucked up technology, you too can be approached by government agents that want to give you God knows how much money to destroy the lives of the American people and compromise their freedoms. It's the American dream, baby.
Social media entrepreneur back in the day of Peter Thiel's tech startups was blessed by DARPA. Why didn't MySpace win over Facebook? It didn't have DARPA backing. Why did LinkedIn win over the dozens and dozens of programs that were available that did similar things?
No. Not real life fake wizard. Real life fake lizard. Although Wizard was in the chat last night.
Around that time, it was because of Peter Thiel and DARPA. Why did Instagram become so big? Peter Thiel and DARPA. Spotify, Peter Thiel and DARPA. Just about every single aspect of your digital life, Peter Thiel and DARPA backed, blessing people in exchange for one thing, a backdoor of information to be collected from users, cell phone location, and a tremendous amount of user data. Now, what does this have to do with Jeffrey Epstein? That's the curious part. A lot of people aren't aware that Jeffrey Epstein is one of the first godfathers of artificial intelligence. Back in 2002, he had a conference where he supported some of the most famous names in artificial intelligence who were intending to solve a problem at that time. If you wanted a clean, reassuring origin story for modern artificial intelligence, you'd probably start with a university lab, a whiteboard, and a grad student surviving on ramen noodles.
What about YouTube before it was bought? Probably not before it was bought, but definitely once Google got involved, I'm sure Peter Thiel has ties to that. Let's see if Peter Thiel has ties to Google. Does Peter Thiel have ties? God damn it. To Google Alphabet. Peter Thiel does not have direct formal ties to Google or Alphabet, but rather a history of public adversarial competitive. Oh, okay. Seems like it's the opposite. Seems like Peter Thiel might actually be adversarial with Google. I wonder how much that's just for the press, and there's some shit going on behind closed doors that we don't know, though.
You'd not start with a private Caribbean island owned by Jeffrey Epstein. And yet, in the spring of 2002, a group of prominent computer scientists met with Epstein on his property for what was dubbed a common sense symposium. This was later documented in a 2003 AI magazine paper that thanked Epstein for his generous support. What were all these AI researchers gathering for? It was to solve a problem in AI.
Now, I will say out the gate, while I don't doubt for a moment that this link between Epstein and AI does exist, that doesn't necessarily mean that he was the architect behind it. Epstein donated, I mean, he was a philanthropist at the end of the day. I mean, that was his cover, was philanthropy. He donated a lot of money to a lot of causes to get connected to a lot of the right people. So, him having ties to the initial AI startups isn't surprising. But how much of it was nefarious intent versus strategic planning to get in bed with the right people?
The topic itself was academically respectable. How to give machines the everyday common sense humans use consistently without even noticing. The venue for solving this problem was uniquely Epstein, and it's the kind of venue that institutional ethics would be very concerned about. The 2002 symposium, located in the Virgin Islands, founded by Jeffrey Epstein, was a gathering that was later described in print, one that brought together the most influential artificial intelligence figures, including Marvin Minsky, MIT's AI lab founder, Ken Ford, NASA, and DARPA ties. Their shared goal was technical, to solve the common sense problem, the gap between machines that can recognize patterns and machines that can reason like a normal human being about normal human things. Like why you shouldn't store ice cream in the oven. This is very important because the common sense problem has always been a yeah, but of AI. It was never really addressed, but it failed many projects. Pattern recognition can be astonishing. Reasoning about the world like a person, that's where AI tends to trip up. And in order to solve the common sense problem, it's common sense that you need a lot of money. And that's where Jeffrey Epstein was very skilled. Some people, in fact...
See, okay. This is what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, Epstein may have financed this. Epstein financed a lot of stuff. For example, I mean, Epstein financed the rise in the trans agenda. That's one of the things that we've also learned from the Epstein Files, is that he was a big financier of the medical big pharma apparatuses that were pushing the trans agenda. So, how much of this is for some sort of, like, global world domination, new world order, one world government, live in the pods and eat the bugs stuff, versus how much of it was just to get in with the right people. Again, you're going to need to make some extraordinary claims, or some extraordinary evidence to support these extraordinary claims, I should say.
Said that he collected scientists like some people might collect art. Why was he doing all of this? Well, it's because he had his own nefarious motives. So in 2002, the AI researchers gather, they talk, a paper is published that thanks Jeffrey Epstein for all of the support, and then the researchers scatter the globe and start working in their individual tech companies, and out springs Facebook, LinkedIn. The technology from PayPal spiraled across the globe and started collecting data for Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein himself. But Jeffrey Epstein didn't stop there. According to MIT's commissioned investigation, Epstein donated roughly $850,000 to MIT between 2002 and 2017.
That's really not that much. Like, it sounds like a big number. But he was a multi-billionaire giving lots of money to lots of causes. In the grand scheme of things, especially to help develop AI, an industry now that we are putting billions into, $850,000 really isn't that much.
After the Virgin Islands meeting, it was very important that this research gets done, and Jeffrey Epstein paid for it. But he paid a lot more to others. He even paid $750,000 to MIT after his 2008 conviction that everybody's well aware of. Now, the donations to MIT paled in comparison to what he purportedly gave to Harvard. Harvard had an investigation after it was found that they received such a large donation from Jeffrey Epstein, $6.5 million donated.
Okay, now that's nothing to sniff at. 6.5 million is that's a lot more dough. But also, I don't think it would have anything to do with AI, because AI, I mean MIT, that's where all the AI stuff would be going down. Harvard is like, I could be wrong, but I don't think there's very many programs and whatnot for that sort of technical science.
Donated by Jeffrey Epstein, most of it in the hands of a researcher named Martin Novak. I'm going to talk a bit about Martin Novak because he's very important here. Martin Novak was the founder of the PED laboratory at Harvard. This was the laboratory that Jeffrey Epstein had a private office in. He had a swipe card and access to the entire building, and even after his conviction, he was able to visit many times, over 40 times. The PED laboratory was part of the Program for Evolutionary Dynamics. Now, you could hear the words evolutionary dynamics and think that this is a groundbreaking concept, but what it really is a dressed-up version of eugenics. Martin Novak...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Epstein was real big on the eugenics, we found out. Man, if you read the Epstein Files, Epstein was a big fan of eugenics. Didn't really care for the blacks too much. He thought the blacks were biologically inferior at the cellular level. So we need to get rid of all them darky genes. That was Epstein's belief.
He was originally a mathematician.
Was he pushing DEI? Yeah. Epstein was a huge proponent of the DEI stuff first, causing instability.
And most of his research was based on the idea of cooperation. Why some parts of the species might cooperate with others, even if it ultimately leads to their own demise. You see, people like Epstein and Novak were absolutely obsessed with the future of the human race and the problems of the human race that are caused by reverse Darwinism.
Yeah, Epstein was hugely into transhumanism.
Idea that as we become more technologically advanced, we as a people will begin to fail. And I think to some extent, we do see some of that evidence present, but they took it to an extreme extent.
No. You're misunderstanding. Doesn't like black people think that men who are women are all right. No. The reason he was pushing and funding the transgenderism movements and whatnot was to cause instability. Not because he had any sort of moral beliefs in transgenderism or anything like that. It's actually the opposite. He was pushing this to create instability while also generating permanent revenue for Big Pharma.
Investigations later described Epstein as being physically present, treated as a known quantity, and given institutional accommodations that go well beyond a pat on the back and thanks for your support, and look a lot more like integration into Harvard itself. With Jeffrey Epstein entrenched at PED and also at MIT, he had commanded respect in two of the most important institutions that were developing research in the area of AI and ultimately eugenics. MIT's media laboratory famously referred to Jeffrey Epstein as Voldemort, or the one who should not be named. They avoided saying his name because they knew who he was, they knew what he was about, but they just couldn't stop taking his money for research. The logic's almost poetic in its candor. If a donor's name must not be spoken, everyone already knows where the money is. If the plan is anonymous and not publicized, the institution's admitting it's not proud of where it's getting its donations. Epstein had positioned himself globally as a connector and certainly inside of the United States as a connector in many different institutions, but he was ultimately the funder of artificial intelligence and this sort of research. Starting in 2002 in the Virgin Islands, moving forward to large donations, he kept very firm relationships at MIT and Harvard.
Something just occurred to me. I used ChatGPT for my thumbnail for this very stream. And for you guys that clicked on it, you will know that my thumbnail includes a picture of Epstein. I was using tech funded by Epstein to generate images of Epstein to do a stream where I talk about how evil Epstein is. There's a certain level of beauty there.
Even after his convictions. But what's more troubling are some of the statements that Jeffrey Epstein would later make that reveal what he was really trying to develop with all of these donations. Now, before we get into that, I want to take a second. I would certainly appreciate it if you would consider subscribing and potentially becoming a member. I, along with Legacy Podcasting, put together this program for you, and it takes a lot of resources, and that subscribe means so much to me, and your membership does as well. Now, you might say, okay, Ron, what's the connection between Jeffrey Epstein, Facebook, and DARPA? And that's where a gentleman named John Poindexter comes into play. He's a former NASA director who led DARPA. He led the Information Awareness Office. He was actually the founder of the Information Awareness Program that I mentioned to you earlier. He founded the Total Information Awareness Initiative that was the program designed to get information on nearly every single American citizen. And of course, when that went out of favor, he had to find a way to get Americans to willingly give up the information themselves. And according to Wired's
and thus enter Facebook
reporting, Poindexter met with Peter Thiel and Palantir co-founder Alex Karp in 2004 and told them that he had an interesting idea to apply data mining techniques from fraud detection to counter-terrorism operations.
Mind you, this is 3 years, about 2.5 years or so after the Patriot Act, right? Even if this dude was being honest, and by the way, I'm being very charitable because I don't believe he was, but even if this dude was being honest, and that was what the initial intent was to be used for, using this technology to counter terrorism, it's a post-Patriot Act world where it's going to be used on the American people. Now, that was probably their intent from the beginning. But even if we were to be charitable and say it was actually for counterterrorism, that still doesn't excuse where it ended up.
Experts like Poindexter were really trying to solve post 9/11 problems, and that's where total information awareness came about. Of course, they had the benefit of a law passed by Congress at the time that George...
There it is. Do I know my shit? What did I just tell you guys? Do I know my shit or do I know my shit?
George Bush was president and signed by President Bush, allowing almost complete access to the public's information and instilling FISA courts. At that point in time, the government was at the most powerful. The CIA, DARPA, would be able to get as much information as they possibly could. And with the aid of Facebook, and fast forward over 20 years, CIA officials would tell you that the #1 source of information on the American public are apps like Facebook, Spotify, and LinkedIn. Shortly after, we would learn that Reid Hoffman...
Runaway bag of bomb for a 5 bangers as people give up rights and the illusion of safety. Dangerous freedom is always better. 100%. Absolutely true. There's 2 types of people out there. And it does not matter how much of a freedom lover you are. You will fall into one of these 2 categories. You're either the type of person that gives up your freedom in favor of safety, or you're the other type of person that unwittingly gives up their freedom. I think a lot of people, myself included, you guys here in chat, we're in the second group. We all value freedom. We all value privacy. We all value the idea that less safety is a completely valid ideology to hold. Yeah, some people may die. Yeah, some people may get gunned down the streets. Kids might get abducted, whatnot. These are unfortunate but acceptable casualties for the price of freedom. And we are duped into giving up that freedom every day with more and more technology that we are being lied to about its true purposes.
And the founder of LinkedIn would sponsor a dinner in Palo Alto, placing Epstein at the table with Musk, Zuckerberg, and Thiel, all of which who would move forward and champion cryptocurrency as a tool for the future. They realized that the information is great, but the financial system is still tied to governments, and deleveraging the financial system from the government would allow this sort of technocrat explosion to occur and ultimately give them the power that they need. Now, great, you've got Bitcoin spiraling forward. You've got all of the information that you want on Americans. You have them willingly giving over their information, and you no longer need the total information awareness program.
Thank you for the 5-banger, by the way, if I didn't say that. Thank you.
You're moving forward full steam ahead. But then a gentleman named Edward Snowden, who I once would have villainized, but now I might consider championing.
Hero. One of the greatest American heroes to ever live. Bro, you got George Washington. He's pretty aight. Right? George Washington's pretty cool. You got Michael Jordan. I think Michael Jordan was a pretty alright American hero. Obviously, that's a fucking joke. Yeah, Edward Snowden. Legend. Absolute legend.
Came forward with information about a program called PRISM. I've done episodes before on the startup of PRISM and how that came from software that was stolen by the government around the time that Bill Clinton was in office, had the ability to connect information on all Americans and also collect information overseas. Edward Snowden was a whistleblower and told us how the CIA and the NSA would have the ability to collect information on every single American through all the digital devices that they had. That's where your information from Facebook was going.
Bro, if you got a smart fridge, the NSA is monitoring that. The NSA knows how many times your fat ass opened the fridge to sneak a couple extra bites of fucking cake.
Now, there's a law that prevents America from spying on its own citizens. But when they give that information up willingly, all you need is a back door. That's one of the reasons why it was so important for Peter Thiel and John Poindexter to start these sorts of operations. That's another reason why Donald Trump pushed so hard, along with Joe Biden, in a unanimous effort to try to reduce TikTok in the United States. You see, if your government has control of Facebook, if your government has control of Google, and the Chinese don't have control of those, you're safe. But when
and honestly, and I made this argument back when the whole TikTok ban craze was going down. I mean, this was probably, 2 years ago? Year and a half ago? Something like that? Relatively early on in my time on YouTube. I said it then, I'll say it now. Like, I don't use TikTok. I don't. I find TikTok to be absolute cancer. Just pure brain rot. No good, valid reason for it. But I'm going to be real. I don't really see much of a difference between China and the U.S. when it comes to having that data. They're both evil. They're both collecting it and using it for nefarious purposes.
Chinese application starts to come into the United States and collect just as much information, that spells problems. In fact, I think what we did with TikTok is almost the greatest admission that your government is behind the information collection of Facebook and Google. And so, of course, Edward Snowden blows the whistle. We finally learn what PRISM is, and some of the information that we can gain from that is absolutely alarming. But that still wasn't a signal that it was used domestically. And we wouldn't find that out until the Cambridge Analytica scandal. I'm going to talk a bit about Cambridge Analytica, but I think it's important that we get to it in another episode as well. So make sure you hit like and subscribe on this one so that you can get notification of that. Also, in my last book, Truth and Persuasion, I wrote an entire chapter on the Cambridge Analytica scandal. And while I'm going to give you some new information and new research, it would be important to get some background in that book, Truth and Persuasion. It's essentially how the digital environment has changed us drastically. If you got a copy of the book or if you read it, let me know in the comments. Make sure you tag me in it, and I'd be happy to hear your thoughts about the book. The Cambridge...
All right, guys, I was trying to continue this entire video for run to the bathroom, but I can't do it. I gotta piss so bad. I'll be right back. Share stream. We back, crew. We back. Hey, what up, Draconic? Nice to see you. So, nickname for Leon's share should be, but yeah. See, like, guys, so you guys like stuff. All right. Glad to see y'all stuck around. So, chat, any slurs?
Cambridge Analytica scandal, for those who don't know, started well before it hit the United States. You see, Facebook and Peter Thiel connected a back door inside of Facebook software. That back door allowed...
War Wizard for a 2-banger says, Chair of Paradise, let's fucking go. Thank you, homie.
Certain other institutions and entities to get a hold of information. Cambridge Analytica paid Facebook a lot of money for a contract that allowed it to get not just the information on the individual user, but also get information on their friends and data that might have been already located inside of their phone. That meant that when you logged into Facebook, Facebook was storing not just your data, not just your user data, but also data from the friends that you'd connected with, whether or not they'd opted in on those privacy settings. Facebook settled a very large lawsuit with its users and immediately tightened up after the scandal. But the problem is not just that Facebook leaked the information, it's why. You see, as you know, Peter Thiel was early in on the founding of Facebook, and those back doors are very important, especially when they go to his friends. Now, most of you know that I'm a relatively conservative person, but I fight power wherever power is, especially if it gets corrupt, and I take issue with what happened here. So I hope you're a bit patient with me. Peter Thiel, a well-known conservative, but also somebody who believed that Brexit was a good...
Peter Thiel is not conservative. I need you people to understand what conservatism actually is. And this is something that I argue with conservatives about. If Nick Fuentes is an example of this. Nick Fuentes is not conservative. The idea of conservatism is to conserve government power. Basically to make the government small. As small as possible, ideally. When you have a technocrat like Peter Thiel, who is designing and funding systems to steal your data, your freedom, your liberty, and give the government backdoor access to it, that is the exact opposite of conservatism. That is expansion of government power to unprecedented levels. It is in stark contrast to conservatism. Peter Thiel is not a conservative. He is masquerading as one to get conservative voters to fall for his bullshit so that he can get more data on them.
And also somebody who believed that Donald Trump should get into office in 2016. And while I will not say the Cambridge Analytica scandal was the result of Trump's presidency, what I will say...
Vagabond for a 5-banger says, now I'm thinking the company that brought MySpace purposely sabotaged it to force folks to use Facebook instead. No way modern MySpace makes money. Well, so that was mentioned earlier on in the video. I don't know if you were here during it or not, Vagabond. Yeah, the reason that MySpace faded out and Facebook won is because Facebook was the one that got the backing of Peter Thiel.
Is that it is the result of a database of information that very well can be used for bad. And it's very possible we may not have another free and fair election in our country's future. The founder of Cambridge Analytica was from a marketing firm, and he teamed up with a very smart programmer They decided that they would try to influence some elections overseas, which was a great way to make a lot of investors a ton of money. They tried it in a few countries, Singapore and others, with some mixed results. They were refining it before they brought it into the UK and also to the United States. When they had almost 50,000...
The UK and the US. Why do I keep telling y'all? I say this same thing all the time. The UK is a testing ground. They can't quite pull this shit in America yet. America got a bit of a rebellious spirit that the UK just doesn't have, right? We fought for our independence. We won our independence. We have these rights. We have these beliefs. We have this idea of freedom, of personal liberty, of accountability, of gun ownership, freedom of speech. These things are ingrained and enshrined in the very nature of our being. So they got to slowly whittle that down over time. But while they're slowly whittling that down, they can do all this shit in the UK first. And if they can get it to work in the UK is effectively a testing ground. If they can break the UK, which they're clearly doing, yeah, not just the UK, you're correct, Nacho Ninja, UK, Australia, Canada, exactly. But if they can break the UK, they can break Australia, they can break Canada, if they can get all this to take root there, America is effectively the final boss. They can do it in those regions, they can do it here. It's just more difficult for us due to our naturally rebellious nature as a populace. But that doesn't mean they're not doing it. Doesn't mean they're not trying. I mean, again, listen to Yuri Bezmenov's speech, right? The famous Yuri Bezmenov speech from the 80s. How many generations it takes to infiltrate and supplant and corrupt. It takes like 2-3 generations. Yeah. There's a reason he specifically mentioned the UK and the US. UK is one of the final testing grounds. And then once it works there, once it works in Canada, once it works in Australia, America is basically the final boss.
1,000 data points on every single American, enough to know just about everything about you. They decided to spring it loose to the highest bidder. What does that lead to? And what's...
Yeah, their patience is crazy. Think about it. What is 40 to 60 years of patience if it means global control for the rest of the eternity of the human lifespan on Earth? It's a blink of an eye comparatively.
The impact of that? Well, when Facebook knows a lot about you, Cambridge Analytica knows a lot about you, they know that they can split you off into a silo. If I drive down the street and I see a billboard, I feel one way about it. Another person may feel another way about it. If it's a lawyer billboard, I probably want to punch it in the face, being a lawyer myself. But these aren't billboards. These are little personal signs that can be individually consumed, which means if you look for the fear signals that somebody normally reacts to, if you put a bunch of different types of advertisements in front of them until you finally get them to react, you will know exactly how they react to a certain stimulus. I talk about this in my book, Truth and Persuasion, but there's 2 types of thinking, System 1 and System 2 thinking. And the first type of thinking is the sort of quick reaction sort of thinking that we don't even really think about. The second type of thinking is the type of thinking that is very intentional and logical. We sit down and we chart things out. You probably don't remember your drive to work very well because you were engaged in System 1 thinking. But if you sit down to solve a problem at work, you very well may be engaged in System 2 thinking. When we react to these fear signals on the internet, the Cambridge Analytica signals that get put in front of us, they appeal to our System 1 thinking, which means we aren't as conscious of what we are doing and the choices we're making. I've often said when I'm looking at a jury of 12 as a lawyer standing up in front of them arguing in a case, for the first time in history, these 12 people may have absolutely nothing in common with each other. They may be operating from very different algorithms. They may be basically speaking the same language. One person may be getting a whole bunch of Russian misinformation. Another person may very well be getting a lot of liberal misinformation.
He missed an opportunity to say Israeli information. He missed a golden opportunity to say Israeli information, although I guess that might not be too terribly different than liberal misinformation, or conservative misinformation, because, you know, Israel fucking controls this country.
And another person may be getting some fear signals that are just completely out of left field. It's one of the reasons why at Thanksgiving, when you ask your uncle to pass the gravy, he might respond with something like, if you believe that the Charlie Kirk shooter did it, no. And he throws it in your face.
All right. He made up for his lack of Israel comment with that right there. Well played.
Face. That's because these algorithms are crazy and they're designed to silo into...
No. When I say Israeli misinformation, I mean the misinformation coming from Israel. Which they absolutely are doing. They're lying to our face every goddamn day.
Individuals and get them to react to their own different fear signals to get them entrenched into a belief. This is one of the reasons why on my program I spend so much time being fair and balanced and showing you all of the information. I want my viewers who appeal to System 2 thinking. I want you to logically sit down and be critical and analyze this. I love it when people question me in the...
Oh, I see what you're doing, Mike. I'm a little slow. I get it now. That's what I mean, too. I trust BB with all my heart and soul. Yes, it was all a joke, BB. All a joke. I'm huge fan of Israel. Love the yarmulkes. Great fashion.
Comments, or even offer a correction if I get something wrong. This is a community that builds the right way, not based on fear signals. You won't see that from me. So if you want more of that, feel free to click subscribe. So Cambridge Analytica has a database that knows how to operate on fear signals. It knows how to get people's attention, and it starts using advertisements to start swaying the way people think, the way people vote, the way people interact with each other. Now this information finally
He hasn't mentioned it in a while, so I want to remind you guys. Everything he's referring to, all these algorithms, all the way this doing this predictive programming on us, all that initial funding was done by Epstein.
Became available to us because of a whistleblower, but if that hadn't happened, we wouldn't know that Cambridge Analytica was silently influencing most people in America in a way that prevents us from having control of our elections in the future. You might question that, but the reality is, a lot of us are powerless with strong appeals to System 1 thinking. That's not from me, that's from a researcher, Daniel Kahneman, who's been very prominent in the field, cited widely, developed...
See, you say we're all just screwed. And I'll be real, it does seem like that. It does. But I also don't like being black-pilled. I don't like being black-pilled. I don't just like thinking that we're screwed, that it's all over, that there's no coming back from this. I don't know the answer. I don't know how to fix this. I don't know how to get ahead of it. I don't know how to, we can seek justice and right the wrongs. I don't think any of y'all do. None of us do. But I do believe it can be done. I vehemently believe in where there's a will, there's a way. I do believe in good triumphing over evil. There's a reason that that's been the hero's journey story throughout all of human history. So, while we are screwed, or at least while it seems that way, even though that's what all the logic says, I can't commit to that line of thinking and that line of belief. I'm just not wired in any way, shape, or form to succumb to nihilism. Refuse to.
These types of thinking, and he developed them directly from test cases in world...
Epstein was the finance guy who was the planner, the idea. So the planners and whatnot are Mossad, the World Economic Forum, the Illuminati, the New World Order. All of them are the planners, but they can't do it without Epstein, who is the guy that basically facilitates everything to make sure they get what they want. That's what it is. The idea that this New World Order that we're heading towards can only exist because of power players like Epstein. Because Epstein, at least by my estimation, he's not part of the New World Order. He's not part of the Illuminati. He's the guy they go to so that they can get their shit done.
War II. All right, so we've covered Cambridge Analytica, we've covered Facebook. Now, it's important that we wrap all of this together by discussing Epstein's worldview and the worldview of many of his supporters, including potentially Peter Thiel himself. I think that we can sum this up the best way by discussing a breakfast gathering at Jeffrey Epstein's 50th.
No, BlackRock and Vanguard are not the new Epstein. BlackRock and Vanguard have been been around for ages. They are not new. BlackRock and Vanguard are first of all, BlackRock and Vanguard aren't even the initial. They are just reincarnations of systems that have been around forever. But Epstein facilitated stuff even for them. Like, BlackRock and Vanguard didn't just crop up after Epstein's death. They've been around for decades. Or at least versions of them or things like them have. But even people in those sort of apparatuses would go to Epstein to get certain things accomplished. I've talked about this, Nacho Ninja. You say there must be a new Epstein now. Epstein left a power vacuum. Assuming Epstein is dead, then yes, he would have left a power vacuum. That means that somebody took up the mantle. Or, he's not dead. They faked his death so that he could continue running this shit. I just don't know which one it is. But you are correct in that regard.
1,000-square-foot mansion.
But point is, BlackRock and Vanguard are not the new Epstein. They don't do the connecting. They don't do the facilitating. They just keep the money flowing.
He was surrounded by former heads of state, executives from Google. He was in the presence of a former Israeli prime minister. When he was asked about Novak, about the Harvard research, he said something that was very curious. He informed this group of distinguished guests that Novak was doing research into cancer, but the way he explained it was very curious. He said, you know, when you want to find a suspected bad actor on the global stage, one of the things that you might want to do is collect all the information about them, the signals, the connections that they have with other people. He said that's the way that you would want to treat a cancer.
Novak was one of these scientists that Epstein was funding that was basically a front for eugenics.
Cell. And then one of the things that you want to do is you want to starve out that cell by destroying the connection. You see, in conversations with many high-ups, Jeffrey Epstein had repeatedly referred to this sort of eugenics in very odd ways. In many conversations, even with Novak himself, he referred to our species similar to the way that he would refer to biological organisms. And he would say things like, you know, dead organisms need to be washed away. Those that aren't useful to the body or useful to the system or are cancerous need to be wiped away. When he would talk about cancer, he was routinely not actually talking about cancer, but he was talking about those things that are harmful and no longer serve a purpose. Now, there's a lot of other things that you could say about Epstein. Certainly, he wasn't a very good guy. But one of the things that you should be very suspicious of is that he was the founder. And in fact...
Yeah, Granola Grin, you're a little late to the party. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. It is definitely a non-zero chance. I believe there's probably like a 15% chance he's still alive.
The influencer who originally started deep research into artificial intelligence. And this sort of mindset that he shared along with Novak, along with Peter Thiel, the idea that democracy is dead, that humans are heading in the wrong direction, that there's going to be this rise of
and mind you, Peter Thiel is a huge advocate for transhumanism. Peter Thiel wants us to plug into the machine. He wants the cybernetics. He wants our consciousness combined with the machine. He wants real life Ghost in the Shell. And that's not a conspiracy theory. He has said as much many a time. He believes, that transhumanism is the next step in human evolution.
Artificial intelligence technology that will likely take over starts to get him and other people somewhat concerned that the human race is not up for the challenge. And that's where dangerous thinking starts to come into play about tuning the human race in to something that might be sustainable, even if that isn't all of us. These were the same ideas that were shared by Nazis. These were some of the ideas that Adolf Hitler equated to Nietzsche's thinking that was essentially incorrect. It appeared that Jeffrey Epstein was really obsessed with the survival of the species. In fact, in an email between him and Ghislaine Maxwell, talking about another individual who I won't name, she said, wait, she's key. She has all of the DNA research. Jeffrey Epstein was obsessed with freezing his sperm, and one of the things that he wanted to do was be able to recreate himself later. He was also obsessed with the way that organisms interact with each other through Novak's research, and he was obsessed with the way that society interacts. He was working on some very deep projects along with very intelligent individuals.
Again, cloning. This all came out in the files. This all, like, Epstein was obsessed with cloning technology.
Individuals who all shared the same eugenicist mindset. Now, that's a lot for one episode, and the next episode, I'm going to get a little bit deeper into Peter Thiel. I'm going to get into Edge.
I'm a child. For those of you who don't know, Peter Thiel's gay. Like, actually gay. So when he says on the next episode, I'm going to get a little deeper into Peter Thiel, that sounded gay as shit, boy.
The secret group that is promoting all of this research, and I'm going to dig pretty deep into the mindset of some of these powerful people and why they think the way they think and why it is so incredibly dangerous. But one thing's for sure, your use of AI, your use of artificial intelligence, putting information into the machines that we've been putting information into was not designed to help us or save us or help us do our jobs. It was designed to give pieces of your freedom over so that it could be observed, manipulated, and fed back to you in a way that allows individuals like this to control. On the next episode of Off Air, we're going to talk a little bit more about Peter Thiel, the Greenland.
Well, that was a good video. I actually quite enjoyed that. There's the link. Give it a like and whatnot. That was real good. Man. This Epstein stuff goes just so deep, dude. So deep. I don't even know. Like, there's a reason for the last, 2 or 3 weeks we've been covering it on pretty much every lunch hour stream that we do. It is just at the point where every little scrap of information leads to something even more nefarious than we ever thought possible. Like, it reads like shit out of video games or anime. It is unthinkable that this is real, but here we are. Dude is obsessed with cloning. They're eating babies. They're doing satanic rituals. They're raping children. They run a global pedophile cabal that has all the world governments involved. Israel, Russia, America, China, probably Brazil, the Saudis. Like, everyone. And I'm sure more will keep coming out. All right. So we're gonna switch gears. It has been all doom and gloom since the beginning of the stream. We've been going 3 hours, right? We've been going for 3 hours, and we've been doing hard politics. State of Play starts in 1 hour and 10 minutes. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I need to realign my mental. Right? I need to realign my mental. I need to get in the zone for some gaming stuff. So we're going to start doing some palate cleansers. We're moving on from the political stuff. And we're going to go into some palate cleansers. Because that was a lot. I need to zen out for a moment. First, I got to find the state of play and get that pulled up. Give me a moment here. Here we go, state of play. Wait. Oh, does it start at 4? Wait a sec. I thought it started at 5. Oh, 5 Eastern time. Oh, shit, no, State of Play starts in 10 minutes. Well, I'm glad I checked that. Whew, that would have been close. Well, I got some other stuff to react to, but we ain't getting through it in no 10 fucking minutes. So I guess we'll just, chat while we're waiting for the State of Play to start. So yeah, we'll just chat while we're waiting for the State of Play to start. And, whatever you guys want to talk about is on the table. Preferably not political stuff at this point so that we can, again, get all in the correct headspace to do some gaming talk. Catch up with the stream. Ron Paul is even more exonerated than Trump. They hated Paul. Oh, dude, yeah. Yeah, Ron Paul, a G. Ron Paul, a straight up G. Absolute legend. Love me some Ron Paul. And you're right, he was 100%. I wouldn't even say he was exonerated, because I don't think there was ever any danger at all of him being in those files. If Yusuke was going to fight Gon from Hunter x Hunter, Yusuke would win. I don't know. I don't know much about Hunter x Hunter. I've seen, like, the first 50-ish episodes, and that's it. Ron Paul should have been a Supreme Court judge. Oh, dude, agreed. Absolutely agreed. Tiger King, how do you not know who Ron Paul is, man? Can you recommend something to watch? I mean, we're not going to do it today at this point because I'm going to be, after the State of Play, I'm going to be wrapping the stream, and the State of Play is in 9 minutes. But if you're a member of the channel, you can put a recommendation in the Discord. But I appreciate the 2-banger. Thank you so much. If we weren't doing the State of Play in 9 minutes, then, I mean, yeah, I absolutely wouldn't mind a recommendation. But yeah, given how we got the State of Play in, like I said, 9 minutes, and then that'll be the last thing we do on stream, then, so we've got about another hour and 10 minutes or so, something like that. UAF Omega for a 2-banger. I think you mean RuPaul, Leon. I know your type.
Now excuse me while I harass someone for having pronouns in their bio.
That's why I think of that, UAF Omega. That's why I think of that. Will it fans went live for State of Play? Well, I couldn't give a fuck less. I'm funnier and better looking and more attractive than Will the Fans. I love Will the Fans. But I'm better. Nah, shout out to my boy Will. I love Will. Will a fun dude. I'm late to the party. Did y'all already talk about the African relic reparations game Reloaded? I haven't covered that at all. I have so little interest in covering Reloaded. I'm sure we'll talk about it on Saturday Night Hypnosis in a couple of days, and you know I'll talk about my thoughts on it then. But I roasted it up when that trailer dropped. That was good enough for me. I roasted it up when that trailer dropped. Because I know a lot of the SNH crew are having a lot of fun just giving it the good old roasty toasty. But there's so many more interesting things that I would rather talk about, whether it be in gaming or whether it be in anime or whether it be in the political scene like we've been doing for the last 3 hours. Yeah, Reloaded just isn't on my docket of interesting shit to talk about. They already have a horrible take about hot chocolate. I am angry already. Who's they? I don't know who this they is. Epstein's far. Yeah, I agree. The Epstein stuff's far more interesting. Popular theory is the wood wide web, suggesting trees aren't just communicating via fungi, but they're part of a sentient plant-wide biological supercomputer. I don't believe that at all. I believe a lot of conspiracy theories. That one I need to see some real convincing evidence. Jamaicans invented hot chocolate? Oh, you're caught in the palate cleanser part? Nice. The trees are watching chat? Yeah, bro, we're gonna end up like an M. Night Shyamalan movie. Everyone asks who is they, but they never ask how is they. LCPLMA says Discord. What about Discord? We're not gonna have the Discord much longer. We are gonna be, I was talking about this on stream last night. We are going to be switching to a Discord alternative sometime in the coming weeks for members. I just need to find the right alternative. You're trying to summon the Discord's for members only. You gotta become a member if you want to join the Discord. But yeah, no, we are going to be moving off of Discord because of the, all the shenanigans they're pulling with online ID and whatnot. We will be moving to a different platform sometime in the coming weeks. I just had to find the right platform to move everything to. Some of the Discord is crazy. Yeah, I have worked very hard over the last 3 years of doing this YouTube game to craft what is, in my opinion, one of the best goddamn communities on YouTube as a whole. And I don't want to see that go anywhere, but I'm also not going to subject you guys to the absolute bullshit that is Discord's upcoming rules and regulations in terms of basically opening yourselves up to potential doxing. I know there's a lot of Discord's like clones out there and Discord alternatives out there. I just need to do the research to find the right one that we can move everything to. Might be a good time to buy your domain name. I don't know if I have a website or not. I think I may have filed to get a website when I got Words of Paradise licensed as a business, but I don't recall. Yeah, Root is one of the ones I'm looking into. I'm looking into several. Steam seems like a Discord alternative already. Well, yeah, no, I disagree. Discord has aside from the bullshit that they're trying to pull in terms of like our data and whatnot, Discord is very uniquely incredible for streamlining community building. Steam doesn't even come close to that. Like, I love Steam, but Steam does not hold a candle to Discord. Can I say my recommendation? I mean, you can, but I'm gonna be real, I probably won't remember it. We got 60 people watching right now, and who knows how many streams there'll be. I mean, you could say a recommendation. No guarantees I'll remember it. I stream every day, and I do videos every day. Yeah, Telegram, you can't have separate channels. Yeah, I'm not doing anything where you can't have separate channels. Separate channels is one of the brilliant parts of the streamlining of Discord and how you manage conversation. Yeah, if you can't have separate channels, I'm not even going to attempt it. Glad people are standing up against Discord. Yeah, I mean, it is an absolute travesty what Discord's trying to pull. After the stream, should I put it in the comments of the VOD? I mean, you do you, man. You got freedom. I can't tell you what the fuck to do. Just about 2 minutes till it starts, baby. About 2 minutes till it starts. I bet this is gonna suck. I bet this state of play is gonna be garbage, bro. Just straight ass. For now, I stopped giving Discord my money. Good, as you should have. I have as well. I don't have my Nitro subscription anymore or anything. So everybody is leaving Discord. I mean, have you not seen what Discord's doing? Have you not seen what Discord's trying to pull? Glad to say I've never given them money. I boosted the server, did some Nitro stuff and whatnot to, again, try and give you guys a better user experience on Discord. But that is no longer happening. So, Tyler, you don't have to pay for Discord. It's free, but you can do one-time payments or monthly subscriptions to enhance aspects of the Discord for, again, a more like, I don't know if user-friendly is the right word, but just for a more interesting YouTube experience, or Discord experience, I mean. All right, 60 seconds, baby. 60 seconds. Guarantee you it's going to end with a Resident Evil Requiem demo release, which I won't play. Won't be playing. Couldn't care less. I'll just play it when the game comes out. I have YouTube Premium, but the only reason I have YouTube Premium is because when I'm doing reactions to videos and stuff like that for the channel, I don't want I don't want ads to pop up. Kind of kills the momentum. I'm not playing Resident Evil on stream. All right, it's time to go. Yeah, I'm not going to play Resident Evil on stream for my first playthrough.
I sense suffering here, Spirit. Do you need help?
Ember Lab. I feel like I recognize that name.
Spirit Guide? It's been a long time since we've had one of your kind in Cosmora. I'm glad you're here.
What do you mean, your kind?
That temple has been sealed as long as I can remember. Dangerous corruption was locked inside, along with the secrets of a forgotten practice.
I do like the visual style of this, I won't lie. I like the art direction quite a bit. Oh, is it Souls-like? Can't tell.
Spirit guides here once used alchemy to cleanse corruption. Maybe you can do the same.
Give me like Breath of the Wild meets a Souls-like vibe. What do you mean you're tired of this art style? What other games are in this art style? I can't think of any. The games nowadays are all photorealistic, which looks like shit. I hate photorealism. I'd much prefer something like this. This has actual art direction.
Which must always pass. Regret will bind you.
This looks like a video game as opposed to photorealism. I have no idea what you mean by moving.
Love will bind you, yearning for a future you will not see.
There's no such thing as Western anime. Those contradict each other.
May you depart in peace.
Kenna. Yeah, that was new to me. I've never heard of that one. Coming to Steam PC. It looks alright.
Hey
Not
everyone,
a priority, but
I'm
it looks
Josh,
alright.
And this is my brother Mike. We hope you enjoyed that first look at our next game, Kena, Scars of Cosmora. After the amazing response to Kena Bridge of Spirits in 2021, the team was excited to take on the challenge of creating something even bigger and better this time around. Our partnership with PlayStation Studios has empowered us to expand our scope while still staying true to what made the first game special. Since her adventure in Bridge of Spirits, Kena has grown into an older, more experienced spirit guide. Her reputation now precedes her. She comes to a new land called Cosmora, home to multiple distinct communities. On this adventure, Kena discovers a spirit guide's role in helping living people, not only those who have passed away. With PlayStation Studios support, we're building on everything that fans loved about the first game. Deeper, more dynamic combat, epic boss battles, a larger, richer world, and of course, our charming spirit companions.
Yeah, I love the look of that little creature there, dude. It reminds me of Neopets.
Thanks so much for watching, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Not something amazing to open the show with, but also not bad. That looks fine. If it was gifted to me, I'd play it, but I won't go out of my way to buy it unless it's on sale. That was obviously a woman, Tiger King. Come on now. Don't be that much of a grifter. That was obviously a woman.
Long ago, in the wilds of Eso,
yay,
demons
sucker
terrorized
punch
the land and subjugated its people. They were known as the Spider, the Oni, the Kitsune, and the Snake.
Was this Ghost of Yogate DLC? And it's Sucker Punch. Oh no, it's something new. Okay. Black Myth? Why would you say Black Myth? It said Sucker Punch at the beginning. Why would it be Black Myth?
Nothing can stop a true warrior from vengeance, not even death.
It had very definitive female. Yeah, okay, yeah, it is Ghost of Yogate DLC. Okay, I was right. Yep, gay as shit, don't care. And no, it had very definitive female features. That was obviously a very feminine character.
Who do you think will come out on top? Kept you waiting, huh?
Jared Leto's in the game? Oh god, J.J. Abrams
I'm Mike
studio?
Booth from Bad Robot
This
Games,
is gonna be
game
dog
director
shit.
of 4Loop. As a game designer, a core goal of mine has always been to make game experiences that offer interesting surprises and unpredictable moments that never get old. The result is 4Loop, an emergent, challenging, 4-player combat sandbox where you and your friends succeed through cooperation and improvisation.
Bro,
and where
this
no
looks
two runs are ever the
generic
same.
as fuck.
At the heart of 4Loop is a probability map, which combines alien
Oh,
technology
I
and
remember
human
this
ingenuity to
game.
plot
This
your
has been
best
shown
path
off
forward
before.
to
Yeah, this
defeat the
game looked like
invaders.
it didn't even look like
Each
shit.
node
It just
represents a
looked
different
boring.
mission with its own risks, rewards, and surprises. Everyone votes to choose the next mission. Once you've chosen a node on the probability map, your team will teleport into the mission. You may have to
Yeah,
collect
it's a
mission-critical
shooter.
resources, or even rescue survivors that can offer cool upgrades from your gear, all while trying to avoid the alien forces constantly sending drop pods and kill bots to stop you. We've worked hard to ensure.
Dude,
there are tons of
J.J.
items to
Abrams
choose
doing
from,
what J.J.
and a
Abrams
lot of
does
strange
best, which is
creatures
just
and mysterious
ripping
things to
off
encounter.
more successful
For example,
people.
This weird alien plant is called
Yeah,
the
baby's
Glimmer,
first arc
where you
raiders
can collect a
and
blink
baby's
berry,
first portal.
which will teleport anyone who touches it to a random, distant location. All the various enemies, weapons, items, and mission objectives are all designed to
I mean,
interact
it's
with
gonna
each
be
other in
more
dynamic
successful
ways
than
that create
Highguard, at
emergent
least.
gameplay and endless, replayable chaos. That means
Thallow,
your
how is this
decisions
looking
really matter,
interesting to you?
and
This looks
creativity and
awful.
improvisation are key. We really want players to try things and think outside the box.
Not even awful,
Hacking
it
an
just
alien
looks
terminal to
boring.
provide
It looks
intel to the
generic
rest
as
of the
shit.
team, or being bombarded by killbot drop pods, or barely escaping with your life. And if you do die, don't worry. So long as one of you makes it back to home base, you'll be reprinted and ready to try again. The home base is a place for your team to readjust their strategy, evolve your loadout,
Was the
and choose
shopkeep
rewards
Erica
from an
Ishii?
increasing array of powerful
The
gear and
shopkeep
upgrades.
looks just like Erica
Each act of the
Ishii.
probability map culminates in one of multiple boss battles. This is the Scanner Boss, a huge geologic surveyor that scans for flux deposits to harvest. Its scan fields are very lethal, creating a dynamic obstacle course of lasers to avoid while attempting to destroy the boss itself.
Thallow, I take it you don't know who
Because the scanner's
J.J.
body
Abrams
rotates
is.
like a 3D puzzle. You want to spread out and attack it from all sides. All, of course, while avoiding the slow-moving, lethal laser grids. Our goal here is to create something new, where every run has you yelling and laughing and saying, "I can't believe that just happened." We're currently in pre-beta, so there's still plenty of polish to come, and we need players like you to join us in upcoming playtests. Your feedback will be invaluable in helping us make this game truly great. We can't wait for you to play it for yourselves. Now, go and
yeah,
fail
fella. Well, this is his company.
to save the world.
Oh, Primata. All right, this game does look interesting. I am
That's the Earth.
semi-excited for Primata.
You really can make everything with lunafilament, huh? Looks a bit like New York.
Is that a place on Earth?
Can't believe we haven't found any survivors.
I haven't seen anyone besides you since leaving the vault.
All alone, huh?
This is a game that I think is going to have an incredible story, but relatively
as a kid?
boring gameplay.
When I was young, I was in an orphanage. I was a lot like you. I had a few bumps along the way. But I had someone looking out for me. And now it's your turn.
Yeah, I think Pragmata is going to be a beautiful narrative game. I just don't know if I'm sold on the gameplay. The gameplay loop looks like it'll get repetitive real quick.
Deploying reinforcements.
What in the...
Oh, the demo's... Oh, you know, the demo's been out. Atreus played it. That's right.
That's 6 now. 6 survived to Raccoon City Home.
God fucking damn it.
Yeah, that's not good. Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under. The Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center.
I hate this, dude. I'm so not excited for this fucking game.
You okay?
And the more they show off, the less and less excited I get.
He grabbed you for a reason. Did you find anything on Opus?
Not yet. Nothing on the servers of the CIA or the Pentagon.
You are an ignorant fool.
Leon, we're running out of time.
Oh no, Leon's infected. Just like he was in 4. Only now he'll die at the end of this one. Maybe Capcom's have the balls to kill off a fucking character.
A former T-virus researcher.
Going back to Raccoon City. Whoop-de-fucking-do.
Who you are.
Raccoon City was where it all began for me.
Yeah, and it shouldn't exist. It should be wiped off the fucking map.
We can't talk. What do you want to know?
I don't want any more regrets. Whatever it takes, count me in.
Fucking posers eat that slop up.
It's been a while since you've been back there.
Oh, so it is Sherry. I figured it was Sherry. Well, that's an interesting reveal.
Hi everyone, I'm Sean Benson.
And I'm Sid Schumann. We're back with a new batch of games on their way
That
to PS5.
just looked awful.
But before we begin,
Try-
we wanted
that-
to
that
highlight
looked
the upcoming
truly
release dates for both Pragmata and
awful.
Resident Evil Requiem from Capcom. Both are coming soon to PS5 with support
You have
for
Omega for
PS5
two banger. Only thing to say about Requiem, she's flat.
Now, let's return to the dark world of Nosgoth with an announcement for fans of Legacy of Kain. 2003's Legacy of Kain Defiance is being remastered by Crystal Dynamics and will be available to pre-order today. The final
Sherry
chapter
being there
in the
does
Soul
not
Reaver
mean we're
saga
likely
brings
gonna get
players
Jake.
into the conflict between the vampire Kane and his betrayed lieutenant, Raziel. This remaster boasts updated HD graphics, a new third-person camera,
Didn't we just get a Legacy of Kain
and
remaster?
wayfinding level maps, as well as bonus features like character skins.
Was the Legacy of Kain remaster like only PC or something? We literally just got a Legacy of Kain remaster, I thought.
The digital deluxe version of the game includes promotional comics and a playable demo of Dark Prophecy, the unreleased sequel to Defiance.
Oh, it's for 1 and 2. This is the third one. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Failing empire, or to challenge the fates for another throw against one's destiny. What was a king to do?
Fractal Mage, you're wrong. That was a
Legacy of Kain
retcon, and it was a
Defiance
stupid
Remastered
retcon,
launches
and I
next
refuse
month
to accept
and
that
will be available to
retcon.
pre-order
Capcom
starting
changed
today.
their lore just for dumb shit like this.
Brigandine Abyss is the latest installment in HappyNet's Brigandine series, which dates back to 1998 on the original PlayStation. This fantasy war strategy RPG tells the story of 6 heroes who rise against an empire.
This is
invaded with
unironically the
overwhelming
best
power.
thing they've shown off so far.
Enjoy deep strategic gameplay. with
Tactical
over 100 unit
RPG,
classes,
anime
including
style.
knights
Yeah,
and
this
new
is
types of
legitimately the
monsters.
best thing they've shown off so far.
And
God
countless hours
damn.
of gameplay, with 6 main storylines and side quests across 24 nations.
大陸の守護者たる私たちの兵をこうもたやすく
Brigandine Abyss launches this year, and you can wishlist it starting today.
Yeah, it really is Fire Emblem at home, but as someone
Now
who
let's head over to
loves the
Koei
classic
Tecmo
Fire
Games in
Emblem games, that's
Yokohama
A-okay
for
with
an
me.
update on the Dead or Alive series.
こんにちは。シリーズプロデューサーの
Okay,
林です。
now I'm hyped.
本日はデッドアライブシリーズが
Let's
新
go.
たなアップデートとともに復活することを発表させていただきます。
Oh, Dead or Alive, baby!
天心の名にかけて
本作デッドアライブ6ラストラウンドはオリジナルのデッドアライブ6をベースにダウンロードコンテンツとして追加配信したキャラクターをセットにし、プレイステーション5用の最適化、新規コスチュームの追加。
It looks like... I mean, the jiggle vids are still there, which is nice. The outfits look toned down. Oh, okay, there was some jigglage there, though. There was some jigglage there.
今後も新キャラクターや新コスチュームの配信など、
Alright, that's a
継
good
続的
outfit.
なアップデートを予定しています。
We can see some ass cheeks, baby. Are we back?
基本無料版も展開
Bro,
予
are
定
we
ですので、
back?
シリーズを遊んだことない方もぜひご体験ください。
あなたに私は倒せない
Boys, I think we're back. We had the jigglage. We had some ass shots. Even so,
デ
it's
ッドアライブは
DOA 6 with all the content,
1996
but
年から展開している対戦アクションゲームシリーズです。数多くの作
it
品
still
を
looks
世
like
に送り出
this
し
is a
て
step in the right
今年で
direction.
30周年になります。そのタイミングでこういった発表できることを大変嬉しく思います。では最後にこちらの映像をご覧ください。
What is this?
Alive シリーズ最新作も開発始動しました。
Guys, we're getting a new Dead or Alive, and the teaser focused on titties. I think we're back.
Zoe, I see the spotlights.
I need to play the first control. I have it, I just haven't gotten to play it yet.
Distress calls from the theater, but research thinks we might have a resident on our hands. No one should have survived that.
Then I'll hurry.
What do you mean you don't trust it on Sony? The Dead or Alive games have always been on PlayStation.
Director of Control Resonant.
the game-changing sequel to Control.
I mean, they've been on other consoles as well. It was multi-plat release.
Captured from our
but like, Dead or Alive has always been on PlayStation.
Fagan, our supernaturally gifted hero in a version of Manhattan like you haven't seen before.
It's still Koei Tecmo doing the game.
Recently acquired Shift, an ability that empowers Dylan to seamlessly move through gravity anomalies and adapt to the world around him. Here we are showcasing a set of different forms of Dylan's main weapon, the Aberrant can take, and his supernatural ability.
But again, they were on before. Dead or Alive was around before Xbox. I had Dead or Alive 2 on the Dreamcast back in the day, or Dead or Alive 3. I think it was Dead or Alive 2. Yeah, it was Dead or Alive 2 on Dreamcast and Virtua Fighter 3. So like, yeah, they're multi-plat. I don't think that Sony is a worry for this. I mean, I'd be getting it on PC.
Kind of. You'll know it when you hear it. Just try to stay alive out there, okay?
Oh, you still have DOA 2? Nice.
Almost there, Zoe. What the hell is that thing?
Yeah, this was shown off at the Game Awards. This looks pretty good. Apparently, it's nothing like the first one, control-wise. So I still control because it's the name of the game. I like gameplay-wise. I still plan on playing the first one, even though this one seems completely different. Because I think this does look good.
I think I hear something. I know where the Resonant is, Zoe. I'll call you back.
Resonants are the dominant threat in what's our most ambitious game to date. And we can't wait to share it with you later in 2026.
Long ago, you were made for this night, to save the age of man. Half human, half angel. They call you sin. I call you salvation.
I feel like I know what this is, but I'm not sure. I like the art direction a lot. For whatever this is, I do like the art direction. Ooh! Nice! You got co-op? Alright. Yeah, the music is great. This is very Doom. Oh, he's activated his Devil Trigger. Silent Pro tags. I like it. I like it. Crimson Moon. That looks interesting. That was a pretty good one right there. Oh! The new Game Freak game. Yeah, proving that when they're not working on Pokemon, they actually might be doing some innovative shit. Yeah, this is exactly what happens when they escape the Pokemons. They advertise something that looks like it could actually be good. I'm legitimately curious about this game. I want to give Game Freak a chance and see if they can put something together that isn't complete ass if it's not Pokemon. Like, the combat looks fluid. The combat looks fun. The visuals are fantastic. Like, it's almost too good to be true. Yeah, Beast of Reincarnation. I think that there's hope for that.
Thanks to Fictions and Game Freak for that new look at characters and combat in Beast of Reincarnation. It's coming to PS5 this summer.
Our next title debuted 3 decades ago alongside the original PlayStation, and it introduced the world to an iconic character. Today, Ubisoft and Digital Eclipse celebrate that legacy with Rayman 30th Anniversary Edition.
Interesting.
This digital museum features 5 playable versions of the original game.
Wait, what? That's...
Including the 1995 PlayStation release, enhanced with new accessibility options.
That's dumb.
Discover the secrets behind Rayman's development through a long-lost playable prototype.
5 versions of the original. Why not just release a trilogy collection?
Documentary packed with unseen design documents and never-before-heard insights from the original creators.
Yeah, Rayman being done dirty.
Et à un moment, c'est Sony qui arrive en disant, bah voilà notre console, on va révolutionner le jeu vidéo.
Rayman 30th Anniversary Edition comes to PS5 digitally starting tomorrow, while physical editions will be available June 26th.
That was so dumb.
Mina the Hollower is an action-adventure title from the creators of Shovel Knight. Take control of Mina as she charges into a bizarre
I love
mission to
Shovel
save
Knight.
the cursed
I actually really love Shovel Knight.
Whip foes into oblivion.
I'm not a
burrow
big
under
fan of the
hazards
art
and
direction of
monsters,
this game.
and hunt down secrets.
Like,
in a
I get they're
pixel-perfect
going for
love letter
8-bit
to
instead of
handheld gaming.
16-bit. They're going for that, like, Game Boy era Zelda look.
Mina the Hollower's
I just
release
don't
date
think
is
it
on the
works as well
horizon.
as Hollow Knight.
The limited time demo will be exclusively available on PlayStation 5 tomorrow.
I'd like to be proven wrong, but that one just doesn't get my fancy like Shovel Knight is. Gay and woke game.
Events
Can
of
already
the
tell,
original
gay and
game.
woke.
This prologue tells the story of how Alba and the wolf cub Neva first met.
I don't care.
Alba must earn the young wolf's trust and guide her through the blighted wilderness. Together, they will face new enemies and endure perilous trials, while confronting a monstrous force that threatens to tear them apart. Players can look forward to using new gameplay mechanics in all new locations.
This is Ori and the Blind
Neva
Forest for
Prologue
pussies.
launches February 19th.
Yeah, this is Ori and the Blind Forest for
Up
pussies.
next, a tactical stealth action title from Shueisha Games and Acquire, a team with ninja credentials dating back to the Tenchu series.
Is this the year of games where your character needs a pet? That's been a thing for a while now, honestly. Yo, she had some jiggle physics on her titties, too. Stealth ninja game? Okay, maybe not just stealth. Okay, this actually does look pretty good. I ain't gonna lie. This is pretty good. Oh, look at all the blood and gore, baby. More titties. Alright. That look like a little something something. It's from the developers of the Tenchu series. I don't think it's in the Tenchu timeline, but it's from the developers of the Tenchu series. Is it a Tenchu game? I thought they said from the developers of Tenchu. Oh, Mark Zuckerberg's mother.
We are the children of water, born of the goddess. You filthy creatures, faithless, soulless, unclean. This world was never yours to keep.
Canadian, don't care.
How dare you stand in the way of purity, little king?
Oh, that was PS5 only? Damn. Yeah, the moments in Montreal, I tuned out. I couldn't give a fuck. But that's a big Hondo. I do like the big Hondo. Oh, this actually does look kind of cool. I ain't gonna front. I don't want to give credit Canadians. Damn, this looks pretty cool, dude. I mean, I'm biased. There's a bird. That's a giant bird with big ass swords. I'm kind of biased, but this looks kind of cool. I mean, Mr. Chicken Man. Dude just ready to go to, like, just to tango with Sun Wukong, bro. Dude want to throw hands with Sun Wukong. Cock of War. That's good. Cock of War. Why did the chicken cross the battlefield? Project Windless. Alright. I can see this working. I can see there being a little something there. Star Wars don't care.
Our newest racer has arrived! Welcome to the Galactic League!
Oh, is that Star Wars racing game they showed off at the Game Awards?
Why not take part in a friendly exhibition race?
Yeah, it is. This is that Star Wars racing game they shot at the Game Awards. I'm mixed on this. I want it to be good, but I'm also very nervous about it. I won't lie, the controlling doesn't look very the control doesn't look very tight.
Impeding! Impeding! If they weren't holding me back right now.
Yo, why you gotta be a dick to the pit droid?
Carbonite.
Star Wars Galactic Racer. Like, I would like that. Oh, Sebulba! Nice, the Boonta Eve classic track. I would like that to be good, but we'll see.
Brush yourself.
Don't care. Looks like
Bond
garbage. Absolute travesty what they're doing to Bond in this.
Who inexplicably fall victim to his charm.
Look, I know where this is going. Do you mind telling me why I'm here?
I would like you to join His Majesty's
fuck this game.
You what?
Fuck everything about this game.
Your exploits in Iceland.
Destruction of the character.
I believe that there is a need for such heart and intuition in modern spycraft. That's the very reason I'm bringing back the 00s.
Need I state the obvious? He is not ready.
James, the service is over.
You're a rare breed, Bond. I should be interested to see what you do next.
I'll tell you what you do next. You bang a tranny because it's modern Bond.
Capture.
Try not to draw attention to yourself.
Dude, lunch hour right in a state of play is a marathon stream. Sorry, this is no worries, man. Yeah, I figured that we were just gonna go all out today. We're gonna go all out. Yeah, we're streaming till the end of the state of play today.
Of course not. I'm not an idiot.
Agents have very short life
Like,
expectancy.
even if this wasn't James Bond, even if it wasn't James Bond, this would just look like generic shooter game.
How does that sound?
When do I start?
It just looks... It does nothing for me, dude. Does anybody care about Bond these days? This game's a joke. Agreed, not my Bond.
I'm Peter Brown. I manage the game content team within Third Party Portfolio.
Zax,
We
that's
evaluate
funny.
Games coming from publishers all over the world, from indie to AAA. Those of us in the Third Party Portfolio team travel the world and meet with our partners. And it's even more exciting for me when those partners have been foundational to my own love of video games. And Konami is definitely one of those partners. I think a lot of people remember Konami for being with PlayStation in the very beginning, taking some amazing franchises that everyone already knew and loved,
And abandoning
injecting
them
with new technology and new ways of designing video games that we haven't
Uh-huh.
thought of before.
Yeah, where's the Silent Hill games? They're actually Silent Hill games,
We
you
were really
fucking
impressed
queers.
when Konami approached us with their list of announcements for today's State of Play. So to mark the occasion, we wanted to try something a little different. We join you today from Konami Creative Front Tokyo Bay, not only to share some really exciting reveals for upcoming games, but also spotlight some of the key talent behind them. We're really excited about the diverse lineup they've brought today, and we hope you will be too. Enjoy.
Do you say the diversity we brought today? He better mean in gameplay. Shout out UF for making for a two-banger. If you watch 007 without sound, could you tell? No. You would not be able to tell that was 007 if you watch it without the sound.
There's one more thing I must do. One last punishment I must endure.
Outer heaven. He's taken command of this immense army.
Oh, it's a diverse lineup. Thank you.
Unleash an insurrection.
Liquid's goal is to seize control of SOP, the sons of the Patriot system that controls the soldiers.
Will you do this for me? Will you terminate Liquid?
How long is my body gonna hold out?
When all of this is over, you'll have no choice but to accept it.
Man, when this game initially came out on the PS3, it was so massive. Everyone had this game, dude. Everyone talked about Metal Gear Solid 4.
Do you understand, Snake? Any means necessary. Just stop Liquid's insurrection. Liquid! Guns of the Patriots!
Because I knew where my loyalty belonged. Nukes. They're bringing nukes.
Metal Gear
to
Solid
Costa
3?
Rica.
Thought 3 was getting a
We are
full-on
not
remake.
allowed to bear arms.
Please, you must drive them out of our defenseless country.
Oh,
As
Peace
our
Walker.
deterrent.
Okay.
Yes. It simply said Jack.
I was never a fan of the Metal Gear Solid games, so yeah, I can't pretend to have too much knowledge on them. I don't really care for these games. I know everybody loves them, and power to you. I don't really care for Metal Gear Solid.
Metal Gear シリーズ
Man, we got 20 minutes left of this showcase. They better pull out all the stops. There's been some cool shit, but as a whole, it's been pretty meh.
メタルギアソリッド4ガンズ・オブ・ザ・パトリオットがプレイステーション5でついに遊べるようになります。加えてプレイステーションポータブル、プレイステーション3向けに発売されたメタルギアソリッドピースウォーカーを含むメタルギアコレクションシリーズの第2弾となっております。メタルギアサーガのラストを飾る伝説の作品を最新ハードでぜひ体感してください。そして、現在発売中のメタルギアソリッドマスターコレクションボリューム1につきましても最後のアップデートを実施いたします。初代プレイステーション向けに発売されたメタルギアソリッドには高解像度設定を追加し、ご覧のように映像が美しく文字も読みやすくなりました。
That is a pretty good fidelity update. I'll give it credit.
またメタルギアソリッド3スネークイーターについてもさらなる高解像度化を実現しております。
Like, if that's a free update, that is nice for fans of the game.
この機会にぜひメタルギアソリッドマスターコレクションボリューム1も体験してみてください。さらに、今回の発表を記念いたしましてメタルギアシリーズの始まりの物語メタルギアソリッドデルタスネークイーターも特別なセールを実施しています。 50% オフという大変お求めやすい価格で購入できますのでこの機会にぜひ楽しんでください。これからもメタルギアシリーズの展開にご期待ください。そして
Yeah, Twin Snakes will probably always be stuck on GameCube with the way Nintendo does their exclusivity stuff. The fuck? This legitimately looks more fun to me than Metal Gear Solid. I'm not even joking. This looks kind of nice. Octospy? Yeah, dude. Oh, it makes me want Sly Cooper? I can see that. Darwin's Paradox. That looks kind of nice. I won't lie. That looks kind of interesting. Someone mentioned Castlevania earlier. Here you go.
In the name of His Most Royal Majesty, by the grace of God, the King of France.
Combat looks satisfying. It does look a little slow for Castlevania. Like, is it just me or does it seem a little slow paced? Visually it looks good though. I like the visual aesthetic a lot.
So now, we appeal to you. Trevor Belmont, last of House Belmont.
Go ご覧いただきありがとうございます。キャッスルバニアベルモンドカースプロデューサーの谷口勉です。今回見ていただいた映像はキャッスルバニアシリーズ40周年記念第1弾となるキャッスルバニアベルモンドカースのアナウンス映像です。これまで
No, I don't think that's Trevor. I think Trevor's going to be involved in the game. I think that is Sonya.
シリーズの過去作を最新ハードでプレイしていただけるようにいくつかのコレクションタイトルを配信してきました。また多くの素晴らしいパートナーとコラボレーションにも取り組んでまいりました。そしてやっと本日新しいゲームについて皆様に報告できるところまで来ました。そのことがすごく嬉しいです。今回のタイトルではイビルエンパイア、モーションツインという才能と情熱にあふれるシリーズへの愛を持ったスタジオとともにプロジェクトに取り組んでいます。これまでのシリーズらしさを大切にしながらも新しいアイデアと現代的なゲームプレイを取り入れることでキャラクターのアクションはよりダイナミックで爽快に仕上がっています。シリーズファンの方はもちろんぜひ遊んでくださいと思っておりますが、まだキャッスルバニアに触れたことがないという方にもぜひ楽しんでほしいです。発売は2026年を予定しておりますので続報を楽しみにお待ちください。
Simon had brown, blonde, and red hair set the first time. Okay, so I need to switch colors.
Simon, listen to me. You can't stay in this room forever. I can't stay in this room forever.
What is this, Silent Hill? Are they still doing the Konami stuff? Is this new Silent Hill?
But you have to come back to me.
No, it's not. Silent Hill wouldn't do a black dude.
Come back to me, Simon.
They're doing a Silent Hill showcase after this. Like, they're doing specifically a Silent Hill showcase, but I've got to be on the Dooley show, so I won't be able to watch it. I might react to it and have that be tomorrow's video. We'll see.
I woke up in the water again. But this time it's different.
It looks similar to Silent Hill. Really, the music is what sounds similar to Silent. The music is what's giving it away. This might be a new Silent Hill.
I keep trying to fix what happened. But no matter what I do,
You can't fix it. It doesn't let us change things. You did what you did.
I don't think it's Silent Hill. I think this might be a new IP. Or maybe it is Silent Hill. Yeah, Silent Hill Townfall? Too bad you burned all your goodwill with Silent Hill F. Maybe I'd be more excited. Yeah, I don't know, it didn't do it for me, man. Didn't do it for me.
A world shrouded by lightfall. Shining drops of light that bring death as they fall.
This could be interesting. Do love me some anime games. Music swell up is good. I like that.
Hey! Ash, come on! Let's begin our journey.
Oh, that was a cool design.
I'm going to defeat you here and stop the Lightfall.
Combat seems very reminiscent of Final Fantasy 15. Rev Noir. Alright, that looked pretty cool. That looked interesting enough. Definitely is my kind of game. Oh, that was still Konami? We're still on the Konami kick?
皆さんこんにちは。プロデューサーの門井です。ティザートレーラーの方はいかがでしたでしょうか。
Wow, that voice should not be coming out of that
完
body.
全新作の JRPG です。私自身を含め JRPG を愛し続けてきたメンバーが情熱を持って開発したタイトルとなります。仲間との出会い、成長、そして JRPG には大事な心揺さぶられるような展開。こちらを大事にしてナラティブというものを表現しようと、突き進めております。新しい冒険が始まるというワクワクが
Yeah, you know what? I can get down on this. If this comes out for PC, I would definitely play this.
今日、お届けした映像が本当に一部の一部で、レブノワール続報がこれからもどんどん出ていくと思いますので、ぜひ、楽しみにお待ちいただければと思います。
Damn, bro, Konami got a hell of a spotlight. Too bad most of it didn't look too good.
A man with your skill set must be able to move unconstrained, unrestricted.
Bro, if this is a John Wick game, that would be insane. Is it a John Wick game? Wait, really?
Capable, adaptable.
That's kind of awesome!
He must be grounded, stable, constant.
Oh, dude! Yeah, if the gameplay is anything like in the CGI cutscene, that would be wild.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome. Oh, here's gameplay. Sweet! Bro! That better come to PC, dog.
Good morning, Newcastle.
That looks sick.
This is Joy, your community outreach liaison. It's a lovely day outside. It's quiet. Very quiet. Rainfall is expected to begin in the early afternoon and last until a long time. For those who did not wake, your restless dreams endure. So small among the stars. Breathe softly. Do not worry.
Dude, for real, Cryptic, if that game doesn't come out, we riot. Oh, this is Marathon, isn't it?
Into its embrace.
Mayday!
If this is Marathon, I want to see what the chat's saying.
This is General Dan Agreed of the new Cascadia colony.
Bungie Slop, Concord Remastered, Marathon, Concord, next, Marathon, Concord 3. Yes, I agree. Sonic, please.
Weapons, supplies.
Concord 3, Concord 2, Concord 67, Art Raiders, No One Cares, Z's, Destiny 3, L, Concord 5, Marvel Spider-Man 3.
We've had to do
Downvotes, all the Z's.
Things I never would
Concord, L, Concord.
We're monsters.
L, State of Play, AI
We're
Slop,
all
Easy Flop.
monsters.
Fortnite, Destiny 3. Copyright theft, the game.
Embrace. Embrace.
Someone said Game of the Year. Bullshit. Fortnite 2, State of Dude, people are roasting this motherfucker.
Mayday. Mayday.
People are roasting this. Oh, it's beautiful.
Mayday.
Boring, yawn, LLL. I hate, L, Concord 2. Ugly, minimal aesthetic. Big L. John Wick is the best right now.
Hey everyone, my name is Joe Ziegler and I'm the game director on Marathon.
LL.
Today we're excited
Where's
to announce our
Shrek
Server
5?
Slam from February 26th through March 2nd, where you can join us on Tau Ceti and help test Marathon on PlayStation 5 and other platforms. Our Server Slam features an introduction to the survival
Dude,
gameplay
the
of
chat
Marathon,
is
giving you a chance
destroying
to
this
explore
game.
the
Are you
dangerous world of
seeing
Tau
this?
Ceti and unlock rewards for the full release on Thursday, March 5th.
Like, for
all
every
PlayStation
one
Plus
positive
players, we're also
comment, there's
excited
like
to share a collection of
40
unique
negative
weapon charms
ones.
that pay homage to some of our favorite PlayStation
Right,
games,
exactly, Matt
including
Fair, the
Helldivers
5
2,
people coping
Death
in
Stranding
chat.
2, and Ghost of Biote, all available at launch. From everyone here at Bungie,
Gonna
thank
be
you for joining
high
us on
guard
this
levels
journey.
of success,
We'll see you on
bro.
Tau Ceti starting February 26th.
Hey, I'm Brett.
And I'm Kristen. Thanks to Bungie for that new look at Marathon, coming to PS5 on March 5th, with the Server Slam running February 26th through March 2nd.
Now let's check in on what's coming to PlayStation Plus over the next few months.
Nobody cares.
Up first, Marvel Spider-Man 2 swings into game catalog next week. Developed by Insomniac Games in collaboration with Marvel Games, be greater together as Peter Parker and Miles Morales. Let's go!
Reveal the PS Plus games now. Why? Why do you guys
In this
care of the
sequel,
PS
the
Plus
Spider-Man
games?
must balance their personal
Devil
and
May Cry
heroic
6, yeah,
responsibilities
sorry, not gonna
while
happen,
protecting
buddy.
the city from iconic villains.
All Miles talks about is
I
how to be a
agree,
better
buddy.
Spider-Man.
Sonic, yeah, give us
Gotta
Sonic.
help you.
Marvel Spider-Man 2 joins the PlayStation Plus
Wasted
game
the
catalog
final
on
slot.
February
Wow,
17th.
agreed.
The PlayStation
Spider
Plus Classics
Trash.
catalog welcomes two
Bloodborne
fan
on
favorites over the
PC
next few
win.
months, starting with Tekken Dark Resurrection, a fantastic fighting game that originally released on PSP.
No Kingdom Hearts? Dude, there was never gonna be
PlayStation Plus
Kingdom
Premium
Hearts.
members
Come
can
on
expect
now.
to revisit this handheld classic in March.
Well, PlayStation fanboys cope so hard.
The original PlayStation version of Time Crisis brings arcade action to the Classics catalog in May. This version also offers gyroscopic aiming with the DualShock 4 or PS5 DualSense controller.
Yeah, I would
simulating
just
the
rather play
original
this on
light gun
PC.
experience.
Ice Simulator.
Big Walk is a cooperative multiplayer adventure about teamwork and talking.
Yo, they look like fucking.
Hang out and get lost with your friends in an open world full
Dude, what
of
the fuck
challenges,
is this
puzzles,
gay
and
shit?
playful
How are you
discoveries.
ending the show with this? This is abysmal, dude. Where's GTA 6?
That's all for me and Brett, but we still have a lot more cool stuff to show you, including brand new Saros gameplay.
Housemarque's next action game releases April 30th, and creative director Gregory Loudon has even more systems and combat to break down. Let's take a look.
Alright, I'll take off the chat for this one. I'm sure you guys are interested in
What is that for
Saros.
you,
I'm
Arthur?
not, but you probably are.
Finishing the mission. Keeping people safe.
Oh, John. I know you better than that.
everyone, I'm Gregory Loudon, Creative Director at Housemarque.
I just
Today,
do
we're
not
excited
care
to
about
show
this
off
game.
our
A lot of
comeback
people seem
stronger
excited
features
for
and
it. I
eclipsed
don't get the
gameplay
hype.
Running on PlayStation 5. In Saros, you step into the shoes of Arjun Devraj, performed by the brilliant Rahul Kohli, who is discovering the hostile shape-shifting planet of Carcosa. As you encounter a variety of ever more brutal hostiles,
Isn't this like a Lana
death
Pierce
is
husband or
inevitable.
something like that?
But in Saros, death only means that you will come back stronger. Welcome to the Passage. You are not on your own. Interacting with the survivors of Echelon 4 will help you understand the mysteries of Carcosa.
I can't believe so many are gone. They didn't all die. Some of them changed.
This is Primary, the voice of Soltari. Here you can engage with our permanent progression systems to upgrade your armor's attributes and acquire special perks.
So there's a skill tree.
With Carcosa
Whoopee.
modifiers, you can adjust your experience by, for example, making hostiles tougher, weaker, or even removing the second chance
Sad
ability
dad
entirely.
roguelike.
However, all adjustments you choose must be kept in balance to ensure a consistent challenge level. Primary also allows you to teleport directly to any biome that you have unlocked. This means getting back into the action quicker. It also
Yeah,
means
this sounds
easier
boring as
replayability
shit. If I remember
the
right,
further you
Atreus
get
was
into
interested
the
in this
world.
game. No
Using the
accounting for
teleport,
taste.
You can now quickly restart the selected biome and get back to where you were. And now it's time to take another shot at what killed you the
I'm pretty
first
sure they
time around.
showed this off at Summer Games Fest, but it was just a CGI trailer. This looks so unimpressive now that we see
Eventually, you
gameplay.
come across an alien device. By using it, you discover that it calls the Eclipse. The Eclipse
Yeah, Atreus just wants
corrupts
to
the
shoot
world.
shit, exactly.
It's a complete escalation of our gameplay, our audio, and our visuals on Carcosa. Hostiles now shoot corrupted projectiles, which reduce your maximum armor integrity, but you can restore it by using your power weapon. Weapons and artifacts also become corrupted, which alters them in both positive and negative ways, which ramps up the challenge. We can't wait.
Agreed,
to
Rock
play
and Hound
Saros
Dog. This is
when we
boring
launch
as
on
shit.
April 30, 2026.
Yeah, I'd rather just play Doom 3. Wow, that was just supremely fucking boring. Holy shit. Another anime game?
The air trembles. Mother Earth
I like the
herself
visuals.
senses the coming battle.
Oh, it's Avengers?
The world may hate us. We still have to save it.
Is this Tonkatsu battle or whatever?
Unbreakable! You cannot stand against the storm. Feel the power of Mother Earth. Let me
This looks like Marvel Tonkatsu. That, oh, dude. This game looks sick.
Limbo is waiting, and I'm starving for your soul! Time to
Yeah,
end
dude, this game looks so fucking awesome.
I've got this one.
The Arxis Fighters Marvel game.
How the X-Men.
Man, this looks incredible. I can't wait for this game.
Initiating attack. I am all that remains of Shi'ar technology. Prepare to be disassembled. Surrender to avoid further danger.
Let's finish this.
We are stronger. Together!
Rock and Hound Dog, then you need to play Dragon Ball Fighters because it is the best fighting game since. Yeah, Tokon Fighting Souls. And yeah, this game looks so fucking good. I can't wait. ArcSys are probably, they might even be better than Capcom at technical
最新の
fighters.
トレーラーお楽しみいただけましたでしょうか。本当にお待たせしてしまいましたけども、こうして一番初めに X-Men のチームトレーラーを発表できたこと、本当に嬉しく思っています。
We're super stoked to introduce the mutants as the newly formed unbreakable X-Men into the world of Marvel Tokon.
マジックは中間距離を大きな剣で制しながらテレポーテーションで裏回りしたりなど多彩なトリッキーな動きをすることができます。
Think of Wolverine as an unstoppable savage tank. Some of his claw swipes
Again,
have
I'm
armor on
Dragon
them,
Ball
so
Fighters
he's literally gonna
outclasses
be able to
every
shred
Guilty Gear
through
game.
opponents' attacks.
デンジャーは体のいろんな部分をですね武器に変形して戦うことができるキャラクターです。
She's trained the X-Men over years through battle simulation. So as a zoner in this game, she's gonna set up so many traps that her opponents are gonna feel like they're running an obstacle course.
That's actually a really good design for her, making her a character that zones people out. That's
ト
smart.
レーラーの冒頭では新たに紡がれるマーベルユニバース闘魂オリジナルストーリーの映像を含めさせていただきました。マーベル闘魂ファイティングソウルズ20キャラクターのプレイヤブルを実装しまして、
playable characters is a fair
2026
roster.
年8月6日に発売いたします。
Oh, it's
Pre-orders
that's
open next
close.
week, so please check out our variety of editions and goodies, and we can't wait to share with you some more info.
Please check it out and stay tuned.
Now, ArcSys doesn't do censorship and stuff. ArcSys is good about that. Alright, I gotta piss. I don't give a fuck about God of War.
Zeus! Your son has returned.
Hey, what's happening? What's happening, people? It is OGTC. That's right, the original God of War. Yeah, I'm back, baby. And I'm thrilled to bring you some exciting news about the series today, starting with that teaser that you just saw, yeah? Now look, we are happy and excited to finally confirm that, the Greek trilogy remake is now in development. Yeah, man, I know. Sit down.
You know good goddamn well as a remake it is not going to be like the classics.
So it'll be a minute before we get back to share another update, right? But I'm telling you, next time we come back,
yeah,
we coming with something
yeah, the original games would not fly today. They're going to be so heavily censored.
Since we're approaching the last few months of God of War's 20th anniversary year, we couldn't let it close without one.
Exactly, Matt. They're going to retcon the
Now,
shit out of the story.
This announcement is a passion project that will let you experience God of War's signature brutal
Oh yeah,
combat,
I know what we're gonna cut too,
rewarding
Cryptic. All the
exploration,
fucking,
and heartfelt storytelling.
all the fucking
like
gonna be
you've
cut.
never heard it before. I'm telling you. That's all you get. So, thank you for 2 strong decades of support.
They're not
And
going
we
to keep
can't
the
wait
sex
for you to see
minigame,
what we've
Fallow.
got cooking
You
to
know
keep the
good
next
goddamn well
20
they're not going
years
to keep the sex
surprising,
minigame.
fresh, and fun as hell to play. Yeah, all right, you can watch it now. Go. Why are you still here? Go. Go!
Yeah, they're going to nerf the shit out of it.
Before I was a father. Before I was a god.
I was a Spartan.
Right, really? They're gonna give us, like,
our duty is to
a Kratos prequel when he's a
fear is a reaction.
Fucking bitch-made skinny kid?
Don't relent! Never on our backs! Never left behind! Always united!
The legendary saga of gods and monsters, of tragedies and triumphs, of destruction.
This looks awful.
Begins here.
This looks so lazy. Like they just slapped together a side-scroller game and called it God of War just so they could have some God of War content.
This is only the beginning.
And yeah, this is a cheaply made, thrown together cash grab. It looks like it was made in Game Maker, for real. What a shitty way to end your showcase, dude. Like, there were some gems in there. There were. Yeah, this is pretty rough, man. Anything else? Yep, I'd say that's probably it. Yep, that's that. Well, I'd give that probably a 4 out of 10. I think that was probably a 4 out of 10 showcase. There were some gems in there, or at least things that I hope are gems. But man, the bad was pretty bad. The bad was pretty bad. Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm not feeling it. Like, again, the stuff I am feeling, I'm feeling. But some of it'll all come to PC eventually anyway. It'll all come to PC eventually anyway. And that'll be just the best way to experience it. Alrighty, crew. I gotta be on the Dooley show in about an hour and a half. So we're gonna call it. We've been going for about 4 hours, 15 minutes. Yeah, I'll wait for the PC release of all that stuff as well. Alright, let me see who's live and we'll raid. Let me see who's live. We'll raid someone. Let's see. We'll raid Celestium. Guys, we're going to raid Celestium again. We raided her last week. She's a Christian VTuber that got absolutely shafted and shit on by woke leftist VTubers. Let's raid Celestium. Words of Paradise raid. We're going to give her another Words of Paradise raid. I want everybody to go into Celestium's chat and say Words of Paradise raid. We're doing it right now. Until next time, thank you so much to everybody that donated. It means the world to me. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Neon Leon. Until next time, it's all here in the Nerdosphere, and this has been Words of Paradise. Tell Celestium Words of Paradise raid.